Live from Vintage Throne Stadium in Springwater Township, Baycats TV presents the Inter-County Baseball League. Today, it's the Hamilton Cardinals in town to take on the hometown Barrie Baycats. Hi again, everybody. Welcome. Ben Davy along with Julius Hern here at the ballpark. Here we are. It's the final weekend of the 2024 regular season, and still plenty of playoff possible matchups are in play. For the Baycats, they could play any one of three possible first-round opponents, including this team here today, the Hamilton Cardinals.
Yeah, and these two teams are 2-2 against each other this season, and all four of those games have been extremely tight. One of the Baycats ones was even an extra inning. So if you're at the Baycats, you may not want to be seeing this team in the first round, but still lots to decide. The Baycats just a half game ahead of the London Majors for that number 2 spot in the IBL, and I'm sure they really want to hold on to that for that extra home field advantage.
It's the home finale this afternoon for the 2024 regular season. Let's meet the starting lineups. Here's public address announcer Rob Daniels.
Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and welcome to Vintage Throne Stadium for season number 23 of Barrie Baycats baseball. It's our final Paul Sadler Motors Junior Baycats Day at the ballpark, and it features the visiting Hamilton Cardinals and your Barrie Baycats. Here are today's starting lineups. First for the Hamilton Cardinals, managed by Chris Piano. Batting first, playing shortstop, number 1, Raquelvin DeCastro. Batting second, the second baseman, number 40, Cam Gravel. Batting third, the center fielder, number 5, Tyler Duncan. Batting fourth, at first base, number 14, Luis Bernardo. Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 16, Dennis DeBanning. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 44, Tanner Rempel. Batting seventh in left field, number 97, Brandon Daly. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 9, Andrew Johnston. And batting ninth at third base, number 2, Keeler Loveridge. On the mound this afternoon for the Cardinals, number 17, Mitsuki Akatsuka. And now, the starting lineup for your Barrie Baycats, managed by acting manager Andrew White. Accompanying the Baycats this afternoon will be the 12U AAA Barrie Baycats. Batting first in center field, number 9, Kenise Ejo. Kenise is accompanied by number 9, Logan Kirk. Batting second, the shortstop, number 11, Brandon Hernandez. Brandon this afternoon is accompanied by number 29, Wyatt Y, and number 34, Quinton Levine. Batting third, the third baseman, number 55, Hayden Jaco. Hayden is accompanied by number 37, Nash Clark. Batting fourth at first base, number 27, Ryan Rio. Ryan is accompanied by number 84, Declan Munn. Batting fifth in left field, number 20, Nolan McAbroda. Nolan is accompanied by number 5, Braden Higgins. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 29, Malik Williams. Malik is accompanied by number 19, Keaton Bird. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 26, Adam Odd. Adam is accompanied by number 99, Maddox Koval. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 34, James Anderson. James is accompanied by number 10, Nylan Gardner. And batting ninth, the right fielder, number 47, Brad McQuinn. Brad is accompanied by number 1, Maddox Smith. On the mound for your Baycats, number 39, Cesar Rosado. Cesar is accompanied by number 46, Crosby Toner. Here are the umpires for today's ball game. Calling the balls and strikes, we have James Lyles. At first base, it's Chubba Vay. And handling third this afternoon, Scott Cameron. Fans, can you please rise if you are able to, and kindly remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. Fans, joining us here this afternoon are a couple of local baseball teams coming off huge accomplishments. We have the Canadian National Old-Timers Baseball Federation that holds an annual tournament for players aged 33 and up, split into age groups for a level playing field. Dufferin-Simcoe Braves from the North Dufferin Baseball League won the Plus 43 division in 2024, defeating Scarborough and Toronto. The Dufferin-Simcoe Rockers, founded in 1982, provide older players with competitive baseball opportunities. Over the last 22 years, they've reached the championship final 12 times and won 5 titles. The Rockers recently won the 60-plus age division championship over the Civic Holiday long weekend. Congratulations to them. And last but not least here today are 15U Barrie Baycats, who took home first place at Provincials last weekend with a 6-5 victory over Mississauga, and they will be heading to Quebec next weekend to compete for a national championship. They are the very first Barrie minor baseball team to ever win Provincials. Representatives from each team will take the mound for our ceremonial first pitches here today. Gentlemen, it's your pitch.
We are ready for baseball here at Vintage Throne Stadium. I was a little worried. It looked like we had more pitchers than catchers out there on the field, but Cesar Rosado throwing one in the middle of that group, too. That was a little confusing.
Yeah, he even had some before the ceremonial first pitches started. Not sure if he realized.
Worked out pretty good, though, and congratulations to those guys. Good to have them out here on the field to enjoy this final regular season home game of the 2024 season. Cesar Rosado will continue his warm-up tosses. Let's give you the starting lineup for the Cardinals today. It's shortstop Kelvin DeCastro. Leading off, Cam Gravel, the second baseman, bats second. Tyler Duncan, the home run derby king, in the number 3 spot. Luis Bernardo, the cleanup man, bats fourth. Dennis Day Banning in right field batting fifth. Tanner Rempel in the number 6 spot. He's behind home plate. Brendan Daly, the left fielder, batting second. Andrew Johnson, the DH, bats eighth. And Keeler Loveridge, the number 9 hitter, at third base.
We mentioned Cesar Rosado. Here he is on the mound. Probably his last appearance of the regular season, coming off back-to-back wins against London and Welland, respectively. Coming in with a 7-1 record this year. This will be his 15th appearance, 12th start. One of the IBL's leader in strikeouts, sitting at 96 right now, looking to get over 100.
Fans today came dressed, prepared for everything. We have umbrellas, we have raincoats, shorts, sunblock, hats, a little bit of a mixed bag of everything weather-wise, but it's pretty warm and humid right now. And the rain has held off, at least in this part of Simcoe County, but some pretty dark clouds have been looming through most of the day.
Well, it seems like humidity has been the only constant throughout the entire day. We were expecting a thunderstorm maybe throughout this Saturday afternoon, and it seems to have held off. This weather system might have just missed the Midhurst area, so we are underway.
It's our final junior Baycat game of the 2024 regular season. We had fan appreciation night here on Thursday. And Cesar Rosado, working from the stretch, will deal the first pitch of today's ball game. It's a swing and a miss on a fastball at 4-11 here at Vintage Throne Stadium. 24 degrees, humidex at 32 right now. And the wind, not as strong as it was about 20, 30 minutes ago, but it has been blowing in from left field. This one to shallow center, calling for a Canisijo. He makes the catch. One out for Cesar Rosado.
Let's give you the defense quickly for the Barrie Baycats in the outfield from left to right. It'll be Nolan Macabroda and Canisijo over there making that catch. Brad McQuinn gets the start in right field. Meanwhile, in the infield, Hayden Jacobs back at third. Brandon Hernandez, the usual shortstop. Adam Ott at second. Ryan Rio gets the start at first base. And James Anderson catching for Cesar Rosado today.
This is Cam Gravel, the second baseman, batting second for the Cardinals today. Takes the first pitch. It's a strike on the outside part of the plate. Gravel coming in with a 200 average, 13 games coming into today. On the ground to first. Easy play for Ryan Rio. 2 quick outs here for Cesar Rosado.
Well, remember the last time Rosado was on the mound, he only had 5 innings pitched, but 99 pitches through those 5 innings and a double-digit strikeout total. So, trying to, get that momentum going into the playoffs, but you don't want to stretch it too far.
Would love to get some soft contact outs in the early innings of the game to help him go deep. He's been a high strikeout, high walk pitcher all season long, which has really created problems with those high pitch counts that you allude to. 2 quick outs here, 1 on the air, 1 on the ground. And a swing and a miss by Tyler Duncan, strike 1.
You mentioned that last outing for him, the 14-4 win against London. A career high in the IBL, season high 11 strikeouts for him through those 5 innings, only allowing 2 earned runs.
Duncan waggles the bat, waits for the 0-1 pitch. It's on the ground, foul. Right down the line. And it's an 0-2 count. Another sparkling season for Tyler Duncan at the plate in Hamilton. .333 average. He's been very reliable. 39 games for the Cardinals this year. Here comes the crowd behind Cesar Rosado with a 2-strike count. He deals, and it's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And 929 OPS as well to go with that great average. Reigning IBL MVP.
Rosado to the set position. Comes home with a 1-2 on the ground to second. Easy play for Adam Ott. 3 up, 3 down go the Cardinals in the top of the first inning. Baycats coming to bat. You're watching Rogers TV in Barrie and Baycats TV on YouTube.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on ESSA Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
Hi, I'm Christy Fans from 400 Chrysler and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Moving.ca. For all your moving needs for over 35 years, Moving.ca. The original two men who just happen to be small, who make moving stress-free. Two small men with big hearts moving. We always have a big heart for you at Moving.ca.
At Domino's, mix and match any 2 or more pizzas and sides for just $8.99 each. Like when pizza night's more like pizza and lava cakes night, or pasta and stuffed cheesy bread night, or we're gonna need a bigger table night. Mix and match Canada's favorite pizza and more at Domino's.
Bottom of the first inning at Vintage Throne Stadium, brought to you by McDonald's in Barrie, home of the free fries with 5 Baycat strikeouts.
Canisijo, Brandon Hernandez, and Hayden Jaco do up. That's the top third of the Baycats order. Ryan Rio at first base today, batting in the cleanup spot. Nola Macabrota, Malik Williams behind him. And the bottom third is Adam Odd, James Anderson, and Brad McQuinn.
On the mound for the Cardinals, Mizuki Akatsuka, one of the rare switch pitchers in the IBL, but you're only really going to see him throw right-handed. Last time he was facing the Baycats, didn't switch over to that left side. Very fastball heavy early in the outings. As he gets further on, sees the order a couple times through, he's going to see the fastball much less.
A called strike to Ejo, 1-1. Ejo putting up some numbers for MVP considerations, no question. 384 average, 40 games for the Baycats. 5 home runs this season. He's added a little bit of power to his offensive attack. In addition, 16 stolen bases, 20 attempts. He has been lethal on the bases as usual.
Well, he didn't reach base on Thursday in the loss here to Chatham Kent. That was the first game, and that is ended his 20-game on-base streak. An incredible streak that actually wasn't even the longest in the IBL this year.
He's behind here, 1-2. Akatsuka winds and deals inside, and the count is even 2-2. Ejo waggles the bat, waits for the 2-2 pitch. Here it comes. Checked his swing. They will appeal. He did not go. And the at-bat will continue. It's 3-2.
Spot unfamiliar here for Takaki Iguchi coming into this outing. This is 15th of the season, 8th start. Only 10 walks on the year for him. And you don't want to walk a guy like Canisijo with the kind of speed that he has to start a game.
Full count. The delivery. Swing and a miss. Ejo right through it, one away.
Well, here's the defense for the Hamilton Cardinals. Brendan Daly gets a start in left field. Tyler Duncan moves from shortstop to center field, as where he was last year for the most part. Dennis DeBanning is in right field. Keeler Loveridge at third base for Kelvin DeCastro to start at shortstop. Ken Gravel at second. Luis Bernardo gets to start at first with Tanner Rempel behind the plate.
Brandon Hernandez, one of the Baycats' key midseason acquisitions. Has been on a torrid pace since joining this team. 385, 20th game of the season here this afternoon.
Comes into this one a 10-game hit streak. But strikeouts have been a key issue for him lately. 6 over his last 2 games.
Here's the pitch. On the ground, over the mound, to second. Gravel better hurry, makes the throw. It's in time for the out.
Well, Hernandez really put the pressure on Gravel there in what seemed like an easy routine play. The real high bounce on that really slowed it down, and Gravel really had to hurry, but he got it in time.
They are aware of his speed. On the first pitch of that at bat, Loveridge came in a couple of steps on the grass. Just in case Hernandez was thinking of laying one down or a soft ground ball, they know he's got good wheels to get him to first. Gravel, though, played that well, and there are two away for the number 3 hitter, Hayden Jaco. Called strike to start him off.
Jaco, another guy who's really improved on his 2023 season. Remember, he had such a slow start last year, but really coming out of his shell, mostly playing third base this year as opposed to behind the plate or a lot of first base appearances last year.
Called strike on the outside corner. 0-2 to him here. Jaco hitting .294. Second season with the Baycats. Akatsuka is ready. And he deals. And it's a fly ball. Center field. Couple steps in for Tyler Duncan. He makes the catch. Baycats go 3 up, 3 down. We played one scoreless at Vintage Throne Stadium. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
Presented by JC Unlimited Contracting.
Top of the second inning at Vintage Throne Stadium. Ben Davy, Julius Hern on the final regular season home game of the 2024 season. Baycats will have one more road game to conclude the regular season portion of their schedule. That'll be the rainout in Brantford yesterday.
Yeah, that game likely to be rescheduled to Monday, but not official yet. We'll wait for further word on that as the weekend progresses.
3 possible teams that the Baycats could be playing in one round, round one of the playoffs, and this team is one of them, the Hamilton Cardinals. Toronto and Chatham-Kent, the other 2 possibilities. As the standings stand right now, it's a Barrie-Toronto first-round playoff matchup.
Yeah, that seems to be the most likely outcome, but still, the bottom of the standings and the top of the standings where the Baycats are, there could be a lot of shuffling as last couple of games of the season commence.
Luis Bernardo waits for the 1-0 pitch. That's a strike. 1-1 the count. So you basically have 2 clusters of 3 teams. You have the Baycats, the Royals, and the Majors. And each of those teams will play one of the other cluster of teams behind them in the standings, Hamilton, Toronto, and Chatham-Kent. So it's just a matter of who's going to play who. And these final couple of games for all of these clubs will determine that.
Yeah, it's not very often where you could potentially have 3-way ties in each of those spots, right? So still a lot to look forward to as get through the weekend, but, you know, definitely some storylines to watch for sure.
In the event of a three-way tie, we contact Neil Srivastava, and he figures it out over his morning cereal and coffee for us and lets us know.
Well, he actually did that this morning and posted it on Instagram, so thank you to Neil.
But there are still head-to-head matchups, right, that
Yes.
I think can affect kind of how those three-way ties could play out. So nothing is concrete yet by any stretch, other than the fact that the Well and Jackfish are in round one.
Yeah, so we know that first round matchup to be for sure. That'll be Welland and Kitchener. But could be, actually, looking at the standings today, Brantford has a very, very slim chance of coming back. They could tie Kitchener for that 7 spot, or 8 spot, pardon me.
Yeah,
but very unlikely.
I believe they have a tiebreaker, but they would have to win their remaining games, and Kitchener would have to lose
exactly
their remaining games. So 3 balls, 2 strikes here to Luis Bernardo. Here comes the pitch. Call strike 3. It's brought to you by IMP North. Luis Bernardo had tossed the bat and had taken a stride toward first base. He'll have to do a U-turn and head back.
Oh, I had a couple words for home plate umpire. Is still sauntering back to the dugout, clearly frustrated with that call.
And he wanted an explanation from James Lyle. He's calling balls and strikes. Seems to have a pitcher's strike zone so far. He's given both these pitchers the outside part of the plate so far, that's for sure. Not that one. That one's low, 1-0. So Dennis Day Banning, the right fielder. On the ground, foul. So Barrie in second by a half a game. And London behind them and Guelph. And the Baycats do not have the tiebreaker head-to-head against either of those teams.
Exactly.
So they have to finish ahead of them. And a lot of people might say, well, it doesn't really matter. It's just determining who you're going to play. But even still, those playoff seedings can determine who gets that extra home game.
Yeah, and that's huge for any team in this league, considering, you want to have that, your hometown advantage for sure, like not having to make that extra travel, especially if whoever's going to play Chatham, it's going to be a really tough trek down there.
Just looking ahead to round 2, you could potentially play Guelph or London in that second round series, so it is important to finish ahead of them so that you get that extra game at home if you needed it. Swing and a miss. These two teams were 2-2 in the regular season coming into this rubber match here today.
Last time the Cardinals were here was a 3-2 Baycats win in the rain, 5-inning game.
Yeah, the 2 games Hamilton lost were by 2 runs or less. A foul tip into the glove, strike 3. It's brought to you by IMP North. 2 strikeouts for Cesar Rosado.
And that other game you mentioned was very early in the season, all the way back in May, an extra innings thriller at Bernie Arbor. But like I mentioned in the open, these two teams you could argue they've had each other's number. Every game has been extremely close.
Yeah, the 2 games Hamilton lost were especially close. Hamilton won a lopsided affair here at the end of May, 11-1. And the other game was 6-2 Hamilton. That was the last time they met in late July.
Well, that 11-1 win was kind of a culmination of how hot the Cardinals were offensively to start the year, and they've since settled down a little bit.
Yeah, they've kind of been lying in the weeds here in the second half. In the bottom half of the standings, but run differential is impressive. They can put up a lot of offense.
Well, at that time, their team batting average was well above 300. Now they're sitting at the 8th spot in terms of batting average in the IBL at 263.
No balls, 2 strikes. Rosado deals. Outside. The at-bat will continue. They actually appealed at first on that, but Chapove says he did not go. Five up, 5 down for Cesar Rosado so far. It's a 1-2 count to Tanner Rempel. To the belt. Takes a deep breath. And the delivery. Outside, and Rempel not chasing on that. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, curveball just got away from Rosado a little bit, trailing on the outside part of the plate.
Here comes the crowd behind Cesar Rosado. Nobody on, but Rosado really taking his time with the delivery. Here it comes, and it's on the ground to third. Gloved, and the throw over, it's high. It pulled Ryan Rio off the bag. Hayden Jaco uncorked one.
Well,
See if they charge an error on that throw.
They're not going to charge an error on that. Jaco waited on that ball far too long. With the speed of Rempel, yes, he's a catcher, but moves very quick for his position. Jaco just waited too long to make a play on it, and despite the high throw, just wasn't going to make it in time.
So the first hit of the afternoon for the Cardinals. And Rosado will deal with a man on and 2 out for Brendan Daly, left fielder, and the number 7 hitter. Rempel being held on by Rio at first. And it's a first pitch strike. Pitch from Rosado. On the ground to third again. That one's foul. Rempel has 4 stolen bases in 5 attempts.
James Anderson hasn't caught a runner stealing it this year, and in very brief time catching for the Baycats this year. 0 for 3.
And a called strike 3. So 3 strikeouts in the inning. That one for IMP North, and the Cardinals will strand a runner in the top of the second inning through 1.5. Scoreless at Vintage Throne Stadium. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV Barrie.
Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend. From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. BarrieToday.com. Local news, weather, Baycat scores, and more. BarrieToday.com. Your community, your news.
Welcome back to Vintage Throne Stadium. Final regular season home game for the Baycats. Still no score with them, the Cardinals. Second inning brought to you by JC Unlimited Contracting. Design, supply, build, renovate. Servicing Simcoe Region for over a decade.
Ryan Rio comes to the plate to lead off the bottom of the second inning for the Baycats. Nolan Macabrona, Malik Williams due up behind him. Weather has cooperated so far. We're hoping for 9 today. We'll settle for 5. A lot of rain around the area, but so far dry here at the ballpark.
Yeah, there's 2 other games in the LBL today. Toronto at Welland, London at Guelph, and those ones much later in the evening. Well, curious to see how those parks will fare out in terms of the conditions.
You said Toronto at Welland?
Yep, and then London at Guelph.
So Welland and Guelph, yeah, those 2 cities seem to be kind of in the middle of a lot of the shower activity earlier today. Hard to say whether they'll be dry by game time, but Yesterday was a complete washout right across the IBL. Rio lifts this to right center field, and it will drop in front of the right fielder, Dennis Davy. Base hit for Ryan Rio, 1 on for the Baycats here in the bottom of the second.
Well, Rio, another guy who's had a tough start to this year, but over the last few weeks or so, he's brought his average quite a bit. Hits in 6 straight games now. From below 200 to now looking like above 260.
Macabrota recently changed his walk-up song to Hooked on a Feeling. See if he keeps that through the playoffs. 1-0 the count. Had to smile a few minutes before game time. There were some youngsters sitting to my left here, and they were opening their Baycats trading cards. And they were excited to see Nolan Macabrota, Cadiz Ejo. Those were a couple of the names that I heard them screaming with excitement as they opened their trading cards. And lots of nostalgia, when it comes to baseball cards and getting to know the players, studying the info on the back, and getting, it's just awesome to pass that tradition down to the kids here. And kids here at Junior Baycats games have been getting those to enjoy throughout the season.
I remember actually talking to Macabrota about it, and he said it was kind of surreal to see, his face on a baseball card, the way, and they're so well designed as well, and having kids come up to him asking for his autograph on them. He said it was just, kind of such a different feeling you wouldn't expect it, throughout his baseball career. First time he's had that kind of feeling.
Well, it's given the kids something to have the players sign, which in itself has been kind of a neat thing, because a lot of these kids don't come to the game with a baseball or a jersey for the players to sign. It's sort of a, kind of an afterthought. You get here, you get a free pack of trading cards, and then now you got something to get an autograph on. So it's been a really cool thing to have this season. Hopefully they do it again next year.
Absolutely.
2-2. Yeah, we should send along our thanks and appreciation as well to Bob Hurley for his outstanding photography work on those cards.
Incredible.
And also with our social media images all season long. Macabrota working the count here to 3-2.
Well, Macabrota's been coming to the plate with a very aggressive approach lately and trying to tamper that down, cut down the strikeouts, and give himself some momentum heading into the playoffs.
Rio leads at first. He's being held on. Here's the pitch. Foul back. First baseman Luis Bernardo not playing him with his foot right on the bag, but still close enough to make sure Rio doesn't get any type of secondary lead.
Well, as long as you know that you can get the tag there in time should the throw come over, you don't necessarily need to be right next to the bag.
And with inclement weather around us too, a couple of runs early can make all the difference. Ball forward to Nolan Macabrota. He tosses the bat. 2 on for the Baycats here in the second.
Well, on Thursday against Chatham Kent, Macabrota also had a walk in his first plate appearance. Just a guy that can consistently get on base and provide that extra stamina throughout an inning. And especially for this guy, Malik Williams, who had a 4-hit game on Thursday. That could mean those couple runs, like you said, Ben.
Righty-righty matchup here. Mizuki Akatsuka deals, and he misses low, ball 1. And we are seeing some raindrops right now. Still able to play through this at this point. The bottom of the second inning, Baycats 2 on. Pitch is a called strike outside corner.
We're talking about the wind in the first inning. It's really starting to pick up now. It was quite breezy at the towards the tail end of batting practice as the grounds crew was, resetting the field for the start of the game. But now it's starting to pick up again, blowing from left to right.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Off speed. It's low. Blocked by the catcher. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Big shift here on Malik Williams. Cam Gravel, the second baseman, playing pretty close to second base. Bit of a hold on Ryan Rio, but now standing pretty far back.
Middle infield ready for a double play ground ball here. It's a called strike to Williams. Looked like it was low, but the pitchers have been getting the calls here so far.
Well, for a guy like Malik Williams who feasts on those open holes on that right side like there is right now, you know, this could be a great opportunity for him, but lately he's been pulling the ball a lot more or going up the middle.
2-2 pitch. And it's a soft flare to center field. It'll drop for a base hit. Rounding third comes Ryan Rio. And the throw is late. And the Baycats are on the board first on an RBI single by Malik Williams.
Just a perfectly placed flare into right center field, and not only is that a single, but that moves up both base runners into two stations, so Macabroda at third, giving a great opportunity again here for Adam Ott.
Home plate umpire today is James Lyle, and he has not been squeezing the strike zone at all. So these players know they got to go up there and swing the bat. Malik Williams saw a pitch he liked and hit it in the right spot, right center field, giving Ryan Rio plenty of time to come around and score the game's first run. This one on the ground to second. A short hop, misplayed by Gravel, makes the throw in time for the out. A run scores. But what a play by Cam Gravel at second base. Nice recovery on that tough ground ball.
Yeah, just a tough play. That ball is kind of bounding right off that dirt in front of home plate. A huge hop. And coming at Gravel pretty fast, he had to range far over to first base, and because he was so close, he was able to recover and still make that play in time to get on.
So Macabroda scores. It's 2-0. Williams to second, one out. Odd retired 4-3. Here's James Anderson for the first time. Anderson 280, limited action this season though, just 11 games. 2-0 Baycats were in the second. And he fouls that off the top of the screen. No balls, 2 strikes.
But in each of his last 4 games, he's put up a hit and 3 RBI. So when he's had that limited action, he has been able to produce for the Baycats. And here with the runner in scoring position, it's another spot you want a guy like this in who has been hot in that limited action.
Durable veteran, can handle catching duties or play the outfield. Calls time now as he wants a moment.
And in that small sample size this year, predominantly used as the catcher. Just his second start of the year at catcher today.
No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Akatsuka deals, and that one just missed outside. Good take by Anderson. Brad McQuinn, the number 9 hitter, on deck. Baycats looking to add to a 2-0 lead. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. Akatsuka gets James Anderson. That is his second strikeout today. And it brings up Brad McQuinn, the right fielder.
Brad McQuinn.
Talk about guys who have been hot. Brad McQuinn this year against the Cardinals has been one of the Baycats' best hitters. 4 for 8 against the Cardinals this year with 2 RBI.
Swing and a miss, strike 1. 2-0 Baycats. If you're just joining us, Malik Williams with an RBI single to get Barrie on the board, and then Nolan Macabroda scoring on a ground out by Adam Ott for a 2-0 Barrie lead.
And with the potential of the weather, as we mentioned, coming into play, those early runs are going to be extremely valuable for Barrie.
Brad McQuinn with a take on the 1-1. Interesting to see how aggressive these Baycat hitters might be. Just trying to get to that 5th inning mark here. This 2-0 lead now. They want to try to get as much baseball in as possible and see if they can get this as an official game. Forecast said 80% chance of showers here in Barrie, so we're seeing some of that right now, but not enough to get the players off the field just yet.
And I believe a drizzle is just starting to roll in at the ballpark here, but nothing pouring down as of yet.
Fouled off to the left side. Boy, it was raining south of here, south of Highway 9, anywhere from Newmarket down to Toronto. My drive up was pretty torrential. A lot of flooding, thunder and lightning. Windshield wipers were going pretty much all the way up to about Bradford, and then tapered off.
Heard Mississauga got hit pretty hard today.
Swing and a miss by McQuinn. He goes to first, and the throw will complete the strikeout. So that will do it. Baycats score 2. We've played 2 here at Vintage Throne Stadium. 2-0 Barrie. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
Moving.ca. For all your moving needs for over 35 years, Moving.ca. The original 2 men who just happen to be small, who make moving stress-free. 2 small men with big hearts moving. We always have a big heart for you at Moving.ca. The only North Barrie Market, your go-to for homemade meals, catering service, and the freshest locally sourced meat. Get ready for an unforgettable barbecue experience with Barrie Best Barbecue coming soon. All at North Barrie Market, 580 Bayfield. The Collingwood Brewery at 10 Sanford Fleming, producing delicious lagers, ales, and seltzers since 2014. The proud home of the Baycats Brew. Check out their retail shop and tap room, and select products at the LCBO, beer store, and grocery stores. Cheers, and go Baycats! From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
We go to the top of the 3rd inning. Baycats on top 2-0 over the Hamilton Cardinals. The rubber match of a 5-game season series between these clubs, currently tied 2-2. More importantly, though, playoff implications at stake as far as matchups and positioning for both of these clubs. And today's outcome will certainly go a long way towards determining that. They already had a rain-shortened game earlier this year. Perhaps another one here today. We'll see.
Yeah, it's really starting to roll in now. We see the umbrellas coming out around the park.
No thunder or lightning yet, and that's what the umpires really watch for as far as how quickly they need to get the players off the field. It's a little bit of rain, they'll let them play through it.
Well, we all remember the last time the Cardinals were at this ballpark, it was that 5-inning game, and it would seem that we saw lightning flash so many times out past the outfield, and umpires decided it wasn't over top, so they didn't stop the game right away.
Breaking ball misses 2-0. Well, Cesar Rosado has his 3 strikeouts, 2 more, and these fans can get their French fries and enjoy those no matter how many innings we play today.
Well, not only that, but he's sitting at 99 on the year right now, so the next one would be 100, which would be a huge accomplishment for him. Only one pitcher in the IBL last year reached 100. That was Owen Boone of the majors.
I would say 100 strikeouts would be cause for celebration. You could maybe, splurge on a McChicken or a quarter pounder to go with those fries on the way home.
Do you think he would keep the baseball?
100 strikeouts? Yeah, if he knows.
If he didn't know he had a no-hitter that one game, so I doubt he knows he has 99 strikeouts right now.
That would definitely be a baseball to keep.
Third baseman number 2.
A walk to lead off the third. So Johnson is aboard. Here's Keeler Leverage. Yeah, whether the game's official or not, the French fries count, right? 2-0 Barrie, third inning. Here's the pitch. It's off the glove of Anderson, off of the mask. That's an extra 90 feet of real estate for Andrew Johnston.
Well, we were mentioning last time Rosado was on the mound here. He had a season-high 11 strikeouts. That was his third double-digit total of the year. And we were saying that maybe he should get 2 orders of free fries because he got 5 twice.
Love the idea of that. 5 seems like a pretty low bar.
Just love the alliteration of when we do that ad read. Free fries, 5 strikeouts.
Bunted, and it'll roll foul. So it's a 1-1 count. Number 9 hitter, Keeler Leverage.
Ryan Rio now playing exclusively on that grass at first base. Hayden Jacob playing close to the grass, but still level with the bag.
Two-run Barrie lead. Runner on. Shows bunt again, pulls it back, but it's a called strike.
Yeah, Rio was charging in there ready for it on a pitch like that. Curious as to why Leverage would pull back on it.
Interesting decision to bunt in a 2-run game. Still early in this ball game, though. Anything can happen.
Well, Leverage has 3 sacrifice hits this year.
Swings and misses. That's a strikeout for IMP North, and a big one for Cesar Rosado.
Number 100, that's a big accomplishment for Rosado, who's proven that the K has been really his friend all year long. And that's number 4 in the game.
Well, he didn't throw the ball into the dugout, so either he didn't know or...
I'm not sure if the team knows.
Maybe we should have pointed it out to them.
Maybe.
Keep an eye on the ball and see where it ends up. Maybe we can help them track it down at some point here. Called strike to the leadoff man, Kelvin DeCastro. He's 0 for 1 today.
The only time the dugouts called for a ball to be kept was when Carlos Sano got a hit a couple weeks ago in Brantford. That was a big surprise. Came up to the plate in the 9th inning after the team lost the DH.
Foul back off the top of the screen.
So it was a soft base hit, but when you get that opportunity as a relief pitcher, you're not going to see that very often. You might as well take advantage of it, and they kept the ball for him.
Well, just enough to mess up the stat sheets, too, because he's currently leading the Baycats with a 1,000 batting average through 3 games. So he's the Baycats' leading hitter offensively, technically. On the ground to the shortstop, Hernandez. Scoops it up, makes an off-balance throw. It's a bouncer, and it goes off the glove of Ryan Rio. That'll bring in the first run of the afternoon for the Cardinals.
That's a tough one.
For DeCastro.
That's a tough one for Hernandez. That's the second error of the season, and that was going to be a tough throw no matter how you shake it. On the run, charging in kind of towards that third base side. It's going to be a tough pick for Rio, and he did his best to get in front of it, but tipped off his glove and over him.
Two one a lead for the Baycats here with the number 2 hitter Cam Gravel coming to the plate. So an important base runner now on for the Cardinals. First pitch strike from Cesar Rosado.
It looks like they've scored that an infield hit for DeCastro, so will be an RBI.
DeCastro 2 for 2 in steal attempts. He goes. Pitch low. The throw is low, and he's in under the tag. So 3 for 3 now for steals for Kelvin DeCastro. He's in scoring position for the Cardinals.
Well, it took Anderson quite a bit to, kind of make receive the ball and then get up to make a strong throw. Just to get the ball released out of his hand, it took a while.
Low pitches are always the toughest. Plus he's trying to throw over a left-handed hitter. And there, and plenty of time was DeCastro. So he's in scoring position now with 1 out. Gravel swings and fouls it off. Some new baseballs out for home plate umpire James Lau. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rosado checks the runner. Checks him again and deals. Swing and a miss! 5 strikeouts for Cesar Rosado, and a big one there.
It really seemed like Gravel was on it in terms of velocity, but just couldn't catch up to the rising fastball from Rosado. And that's a huge out for Cesar with the 1 out and just one runner in scoring position. You don't have that possibility of a force out double play.
I think that was the 5th strikeout for Rosado.
Yes, it was.
So Tyler Duncan now. Big at bat here in this 3rd inning. Here's the pitch on the way from Rosado. It's on the ground, or a line drive, right to Ryan Rio at first base. Didn't have to move. And flicks it out of his glove right back to the mound. He didn't have to use his throwing hand at all. So that'll do it. But the Cardinals get on the board. They make it a 2-1 game through 2.5 innings. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV Barrie.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
Domino's, mix and match any 2 or more pizzas and sides for just $8.99 each. Like when pizza night's more like pizza and lava cakes night, or pasta and stuffed cheesy bread night, or we're gonna need a bigger table night. Mix and match Canada's favorite pizza and more at Domino's.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fans from Hern and Barrie Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Bottom of the 3rd inning at Vintage Throne Stadium, brought to you by Render 3D Quick, the #1 architectural 3D rendering company in Canada, working with thousands of builders, developers, architects, and more.
Well, during the break, Rob Daniels announced on the PA mic for the fans here at Vintage Throne Stadium, letting them know that was Cesar Rosado's 100th strikeout. And a big milestone for him, and the fans showing their appreciation with a nice ovation for the Baycats starting pitcher here this afternoon.
Well, he's even got to 101 now with 2 in that inning, which was the total of Owen Boone's last year, London Majors, who led the league.
Fouled off over near the Barrie bullpen.
Rain really starting to pick up at the ballpark now.
Certainly is. Barrie on top 2-1, but again, 5 innings need to be played, or 4.5 if the home team is ahead, to make this an official game here today. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait it out or come back another day. Of course, we would rather wait it out than come back here on Tuesday. Tuesday would probably be the conclusion of this game, and they already did that, or I guess it was Brantford we did that with, right? We had a game that had to be continued the next later on in the season.
Yeah, and especially so if this game were to be continued Tuesday hypothetically, and the first game of the playoffs were to be Thursday, that'd be a tight turnaround for Barrie trying to get everyone rested.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation. As this one's lined to left field, and reaching up and unable to make the catch is the left fielder. It goes all the way to the wall. Daly back to pick it up. Ejo's into second base.
Shortstop number 11, Brandon.
Looked like Daly saw it all the way, just couldn't make the catch. Was in the right spot.
Yeah, he was coming in off the crack of the bat and just kind of overran it, went too far in shallow in the left field, and it kind of cost him. Just on the break, he noticed that he came in, the ball was carrying further than he expected.
They're going to give a double to Ejo on that. And he's in scoring position to lead off the third inning. Here's Brandon Hernandez. No wind right now. We did have a breeze coming in from, actually it was a pretty strong wind coming in from left field at the start of the game, but that wind has died completely. The wind has died down, the rain has picked up.
Yeah, the weather's kind of all over the place today. It's just, you never know what to expect at the ballpark.
We'd rather have a strong wind and no rain than heavy rain and no wind, but for now they're able to play through it. 1-0 the count here to Hernandez.
The good thing, though, is that the clouds aren't dark, so you wouldn't necessarily expect, a heavy thunderstorm or anything like that, just a heavy rain.
Off speed, and it's fouled over the Cardinal dugout as the youngsters run down that baseball. I had to laugh as I looked at myself walking to the ballpark from my car after I got out because I was carrying sunblock, my umbrella, wearing shorts, and a jacket. It's I probably looked pretty confused as far as what the weather was going to be.
It's something that we've noticed over the last few weeks. Every time you wear shorts to the ballpark,
yeah.
I'm wearing pants, and that's the exact same case today.
It's the yin and yang, right?
It's kind of wild. Every time I'll wear shorts, you wear pants. It's
all right.
It's just coincidence.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch to Hernandez on the ground to short. 1 play, and that's to first base. And in time for the out, Hernandez retired. Kenise Ejo goes to third.
Still a productive at-bat for Hernandez, who seemed to be a little bit late on that pitch. And because of that, he wasn't able to get a lot of the barrel on it, but still, moving that runner the extra 90 feet is huge for Barrie.
Hayden Jaco, 0 for 1 today. Ryan Rio on deck. An insurance run 90 feet away. Mizuki Akatsuka deals, and it's a shallow fly ball right side, running over into foul territory, and making the catch is Dennis Day-Banning. Runner tags, Ejo's in, and the Baycats lead it 3-1.
First baseman number 27.
Day-Banning really had to go so far out to his left into foul territory. Another ball that just kept slicing to our right, his left, but deep enough to where Ejo can score standing up, and just barely, because that throw looked like it could have been in time, but getting past Rempel, the catcher.
To give Jaco an RBI to bring Ejo in from third, 2 out in the inning. Ryan Rio come to the plate for Barrie. So a big run for the Baycats. This gives them their 2-run lead back.
And as we keep alluding to, if this rain keeps persisting throughout the ball game.
They appeal at third in case Ejo left early. He did not, says the home plate umpire.
But if you're Akatsuka now, clean slate behind you, a little bit less stress on the mound, even though he's still pitching from the stretch.
Yeah, Akatsuka just wants to get this third out here, get the Cardinals back up to the plate as quickly as possible.
Keep in mind, switch pitcher, he still hasn't switched today. And that was the same case the last time he pitched at this ballpark against Barrie.
Now, fans would love to see that. That's not something that you're going to see at the ballpark anytime soon. That one lifted foul.
Well, it's interesting because he warms up both arms on the mound and in the bullpen pregame as well. And we saw him pitch in the All-Star game. Hayden Jaco was actually his catcher in the All-Star game. And he was pitching with both arms in Welland that day. But both outings now against Barrie, he's only stuck to that right side, and I believe it's because he's getting that little extra 5 miles per hour on his fastball.
Fouled away, Rio, the 1-2 count.
So he's really prioritizing that velocity over that lefty-righty matchup in this case, but Rio, the lefty, could have that extra advantage with the breaking ball should he switch over, but sticking with the right.
This is a batter, if you're preparing to face a switch pitcher, it's almost like two completely separate scouting reports that you have to have in mind. You're never quite sure what way he's going to come at you. Here's the pitch. Weakly hit foul. The at-bat will continue 1-2. From the right side, he has that kind of delayed leg kick where he keeps that left leg elevated in the air just for an extra half a second or so. There it is there. Pitches inside, 2-2 the count to Ryan Rio.
Yeah, notice a lot of pitchers like to have that little extra second. The tendency to have a bounce as you get into your push off the rubber, you're in your delivery. Notice a lot of pitchers like to have that extra feel of the rhythm. Really makes them a bit more comfortable.
2-2 on the way. Fouled again. Great at bat here by Ryan Rio. Waiting for a pitch he likes and fouling him off until he gets one.
Well, he's putting together some great swings, especially on that pitch right there, a little bit outside on a changeup. That's a pitch that Rio really likes to see, and another guy that, more of a pull hitter for the most part, but he loves going the other way.
2-2, and it's driven to left field, and a running catch made by Brendan Daly. So that'll do it for the Baycats, but they get an insurance marker and lead by 2. 3-1 Barrie through 3 here at Vintage Throne Stadium. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV Barrie.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
Julius, Hern, Davy on our final regular season home game, 2024. Baycats Cardinals trying to get this one in here this afternoon. 3-1 Barrie lead. Top of the fourth inning. Luis Bernardo is up to lead it off. Baycats jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the second. Cardinals scratched out a run off Cesar Rosado in the top of the third. And then Barrie adding an insurance marker on a sac fly by Hayden Jaco.
And it seems like Cesar Rosado seen a couple base runners behind him today, but really settling in. 6 strikeouts already through the first three innings.
High and tight. Backing Bernardo off the plate with a fastball. 2-0 count. If Rosado can get the win today, that'll improve his record to 8-1, and a team leading 8 wins would put him one ahead of Frank Garces in that department. So Big moment here for Rosado this afternoon. I'm assuming Juan Benitez would get the start against Brantford when they make that game up.
Yeah, so an 8th win for Rosado would tie him with Takaki Iguchi of the Cardinals for second place. Ben Abram of Welland leading with 10 this season.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Interesting to see if Benitez would pitch the Brantford game or if they would go with the bullpen game and just try to make sure all 3 of those guys are rested and ready for round 1.
Yeah, it's also you just want to see like how guys are feeling and what their stuff is like heading into the playoffs. If you need to change anything before round 1.
Line drive, center field, base hit. Luis Bernardo with a single to lead off the 4th.
Right fielder number 16, Dennis Davy.
Well, there was an interesting article floating around Major League Baseball earlier this week about an idea, at the moment that's all it is, of a rule that would require starting pitchers to stay in the game for a minimum of 6 innings. Sounds pretty radical. Again, I think we would be a long ways away from seeing anything that drastic, but some pretty interesting arguments were being made in favor of the idea. It's been a long time since we've seen starting pitchers go deep in ball games the way they did many, many years ago, and that's one way of maybe trying to encourage teams to leave their starters out there.
Well, it also discourages the opener that we've seen used quite a bit in Major League Baseball in the last 5 years or so.
Chatham-Kent Barnstormers had Aiden Ryan out for 1 inning here on Thursday night and then went to their bullpen. This one's fouled away. Now you would say, well, what happens if the pitcher's arm's legitimately sore or an injury? You don't want to risk that. The idea would be that you could go to your bullpen but lose your designated hitter. And then your pitcher would either have to hit the rest of the game or you would bring in bench players to pinch hit, just like National League Baseball in the old days, basically. I mean, they played that way for 100 years, so that would be interesting.
Another thing I've seen discussed as well.
This one over near the Barrie dugout, and it is out of play.
Another thing I've seen as well is the only other thing that would, let you take your starter out before 6 innings would be if their pitch count got to triple digits.
That would be interesting, yep.
So if you have 100 pitches before the 6th inning mark, you could be eligible to be, have a reliever come in for you.
The idea is to get young pitchers to develop their arms to the point where they're able to pitch deep in ball games, because now, I mean, the criticism you hear is they're not being developed that way.
Right.
They're coming in and the runner goes, pitches outside, and the ball is bobbled by James Anderson. Probably a wet baseball there. He's frustrated as he returns the ball to Cesar Rosado. Up to second goes Bernardo. But a lot of young pitchers just start developing their arms to go 8 or 9 innings, and they come in, they can throw 95 plus, maybe only pitch a couple of innings though.
Well, a lot of coaches and organizations are, kind of afraid of that injury bug. Tommy John surgeries are, the rates have kind of skyrocketed in recent memory. So you're trying to avoid that as much as possible, but you still want to see, starting pitchers go deep in ball games. You kind of have to have that happy medium.
Rosado checks the runner. Bernardo in scoring position, still nobody out. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the screen. I think you would see, if the rule came in, you would see pitchers, starting pitchers that can go 6+ innings, command some pretty big contracts because they would be in such high demand.
Absolutely.
A guy like a Justin Verlander, or these guys that can go deep, those are the guys that you want and need on your staff, rather than a guy that can dial it up to over 100 miles per hour but only give you 3 or 4 innings.
As I remember as well, another
check swing. Did he go? He did, says Chubave.
Another thing that would allow a team to take out their starter would be 4+ earned runs.
44, Tanner Rempel.
So obviously if your pitcher's, just getting shelled out there, you don't want to keep him out for 6 innings, obviously. So 4+ earned runs would be that threshold.
The strikeout for IMP North. Dave Banning is Rosado's 6th strikeout victim, and here's Tanner Rempel. Well, all kinds of benefits to the rule that I can see. And again, it's something drastic, and you probably want to put a couple of those conditions that we went through to tie along with it, but
I wonder if it's something that they would try out in minor league baseball first, as we've seen with a lot of the different rule changes that came into play last year.
definitely a possibility. I could see that happening. Foul back to the screen. And the other big question is, how does the Players Association feel about,
of course,
a radical rule change to the game like that? Of course, they always have a say, and I would have to think they'd be in favor of it. It would create more jobs for bench players. Like, you think about veteran guys who could still prolong their careers by being available to just come into a game. Yeah, pinch hit midway or late in a game. That keeps them on the roster, right? You don't have to tie them down to a DH spot for the whole game.
And then that begs the question, though, would they have to increase active roster sizes?
Yeah.
So what's it, 26 right now? You might want to improve that to 28 as they do like when September rolls around.
Players would definitely need to expand your bench for that, but a team with a stronger bench would be able to take advantage of that more.
So just from that alone, I would imagine the Players Association would be in favor of it, just to have those extra 2 spots are so valuable, giving guys major league jobs.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. Dave Banning and Rempel give Rosado 7. And now it's Brendan Daly.
Well, another guy that Rosado K'd earlier in the game to end the second inning. And he's been doing these couple strikeouts with the runner right behind him at second base. So with that pressure on, he's been able to come through in a big moment.
First pitch, called strike on the outside corner. The irony of the whole conversation here that we were just having was that I think one reason a lot of the Players Association liked the idea of the universal DH so much was because it was going to create roster spots for some of those players. But now the idea of the threat of removing the DH can potentially add even more roster spots for bench players.
It's interesting.
So you're achieving kind of the same thing by doing the opposite. But it would be kind of fun. You'd have National League Baseball back, basically, right? The pitcher had to hit. Dancing around is Bernardo. Has yet to draw a throw from Rosado, a strike.
You kind of had a running lead there until Rosado finally looked back, but nobody in the Baycats defense, either Hernandez or Odd, were really holding him on.
Bernardo almost daring him to throw over, but Rosado just focusing on the man at the plate here, Brendan Daly. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Cardinals trail by a pair. Rosado looks, deals, fouled over the trees. And the at-bat will continue as the rain picks up. And the wind has picked up now, too, so we have wind and rain. The wind blowing from left to right and slightly in.
The elements playing much more of a factor now than they were earlier in the game. We're starting to see that wind kind of pick up just like it was right before first pitch.
We saw a ball slip out of James Anderson's hand, so wet conditions out there the fielders are going to have to be mindful of as this game continues. Rosado, ready. 1-2. Swing and a miss. The ball picked up by Anderson. Runner goes to third. The throw down, and Jaco had to go back and make a diving grab to keep that from going into left field. With some good base running, alert base running by Bernardo. That ball went back to the screen. Daly gets aboard on a missed third strike. James Anderson unable to complete the strikeout. So runners on the corners now.
Well, it's still 8 strikeouts now for Rosado, and potential for a 4 strikeout inning, which would be pretty rare in this league.
If anybody could do it, it's Rosado. We know that.
Well, just the fact that he's been able to have these 3 strikeouts this inning with a wet baseball has been even more impressive.
Runner goes. Pitches high. The throw's cut off by Rosado. Sneaky move. Instead of letting that ball go down to second, Rosado snared it.
Well, Bernardo has been extremely aggressive. When he got to second base after the first steal, he hadn't really broken to third. Got there on that drop third strike. But we all know how aggressive he can be as a base runner.
I wonder if that throw by Anderson was intentional, but right back to Rosado. If so, he was ready for it.
Well, that throw, him releasing it, caught me off guard. I didn't think he was going to make that attempt.
The idea was to try to nab Bernardo at third. That's the runner they're most worried about.
Well, it also just makes those strikeouts that much bigger, and having it with, like I mentioned earlier, with a runner on second behind him with no double play in order. Those are the times where you need a strikeout.
Inside, 2 balls and a strike. Great patience here by the Cardinals. They're not paying any attention to the weather here. They're just focusing on what they need to do here at the plate. Tying runs are aboard. 3-1 Barrie. Potential go-ahead run here at the plate. And Andrew Johnston. 2 outs in the inning. 3 strikeouts for Rosado in the inning. And yet it continues. 2 balls and a strike. He held off. They appeal. He did not go. Chubave with the palms down. It's a 3-1 count to Andrew Johnston. This top of the fourth is taking so long, I have to wonder if this might be the last inning we play here this afternoon, or at least before they temporarily pull the players off the field. This rain's really starting to come down pretty hard.
Well, it hasn't been pounding lately as much as we've seen in past dates with rain at the ballpark today, but it's definitely building up.
3-1 pitch from Rosado, and he couldn't hold up. Swing and a miss, strike 2. So here we go. This may be it. This may be the 4 strikeout inning I don't believe I've ever called in my career. And I'm sure most of these fans have probably never seen one either. That might be a baseball that Cesar Rosado would want to keep.
Then we have 2 baseballs that he keeps, which would maybe not be so fun for the umpiring crew.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and it's low. Blocked by Anderson, who snared that with a glove. That will keep the inning alive.
Well, that pick just saved a run. A great play by Anderson, who's had some real trouble holding on to the baseball with all the rain in this inning.
And if you're Cesar Rosado, you want to be awful careful here. The bases are loaded. You get the number 9 hitter coming to the plate, Keeler Loveridge. Last thing you want to do is put him on or let him cause some damage here. Rosado wants to do baseball. And out to pick it up is Brad Grieveson. Trying to keep that ball dry right now is an awful challenge. Here's the first pitch. Called strike. So Rosado again trying to get that elusive 4th out of the inning.
Well, Cardinals have been incredible all year, hitting with the bases loaded, a 378 team average with the bases juiced this season.
Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 out. Bernardo, Daly, and Johnston all on behind Cesar Rosado as he tries to get his 4th strikeout of the inning. No balls, 2 strikes to Loveridge. Rosado deals. Swing and a miss! Baycats get off the field, and it's a 4 strikeout inning for Cesar Rosado. He gets his 9th of the game, and the Baycats will take the lead to the bottom of the 4th inning. 3-1 Barrie here on Rogers TV and Baycats TV on YouTube.
Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend. From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. BarrieToday.com. Local news, weather, Baycat scores, and more. BarrieToday.com. Your community, your news.
Ben Davy and Julius Hern at Vintage Throne Stadium, where we have played 3.5 innings. As we go to the bottom of the fourth, the players have been pulled off the field for now, as we are officially in a rain delay and a 3-1 Barrie lead through 3.5 innings of play.
Yeah, tough sight to see. We saw Mizuki Akatsuka warming up. The ground screw came on, put some quick dry over the dirt between home plate and on the pitcher's mound. We saw the Hamilton Cardinals manager, Chris Piano, come out. The umpire and crew all gathered with Akatsuka taking one warm-up pitch on the mound, deciding the conditions weren't good enough to keep going, so we'll have a delay.
So not an official game yet. Hopefully still some baseball to play this afternoon. We shall see. We'll let you know as soon as any developments happen here at Vintage Throne Stadium. For now, bottom of the fourth, 3-1 Baycats here at Vintage Throne Stadium in Springwater. We'll check in with you later.
We are finally back at Vintage Throne Stadium. Now it's the bottom of the fourth inning after that rain delay. Brought to you by Clarkson Bins and Junk Removal, local source for simple, clean, and reliable disposal bin rental and junk removal services.
Takaka Iguchi will be the second pitcher of the afternoon for the Cardinals, as he will enter the game here in this bottom of the fourth inning with the Baycats on top by a score of 3-1. Nolan Macabrota at the plate, fouls it away.
And taking over for Mizuki Akatsuka, Takaki Iguchi. This will be his 16th appearance of the season. He comes in with an 8-2 record, mostly used as a starter. The last time he pitched here, Akatsuka piggybacked off him in relief. Now it's kind of a swap.
Macabrota swinging, and he fouls it away.
A 2.68 ERA for Iguchi on the year. He's had an incredible year. Was representing Hamilton in the All-Star game in Welland earlier this year.
No balls, 2 strikes. The side armor throws, and it's a fly ball to shallow left center. It'll drop over the shortstop's head. So a leadoff single for Nolan Macabrota.
Designated hitter number 29.
Great way to restart the game for Macabrota. It's kind of that little slice of a swing to get that ball going the other way into the gap, falling right in between center fielder and the shortstop. Great placement, and that's a good way to start for the Baycats.
This game started at 4:11, so we're a little over the 2-hour mark with that delay factored in. And just trying to get to the halfway mark here to make this an official game. And hey, if the rain holds off, we can maybe get a whole 9 in. We'll see. A lot of rain off and on throughout the day here in the Barrie area. A good number of fans have stuck it out through the delay and sticking around here to watch the second half of this game.
I remember seeing, when the rain really started to come, a lot of folks left, but the ones who stuck around, those are the real ones.
Center field, base hit. 2 on for the Baycats. That ball was dropped by Duncan. Momentarily kept it in front of him. So wet baseball, wet field conditions, and the main concern was the mound, which had a bit of a slip to it when they pulled the players off the field.
Mizuki Akatsuka came out to warm up for this inning and actually slipped on the mound. That's why they had the big conference with the umpiring crew. Cardinals manager Chris Piano came out. The infield was gathered around as well. So could have been dangerous, so that's why they decided to shut things down for a time being, and we're right back here.
Last thing you want is a pitcher rolling his ankle or something like that leading up to the playoffs. This one bunted down the line, and it goes foul. So out of an abundance of caution, the game was delayed. It was raining pretty good, though. I wasn't sure how much longer they were going to be able to go.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the buildup of rain was the issue, because the Baycats have definitely played in, much more torrential downpour conditions this year compared to what that was.
On the ground to second. Nice flip to short for 1, over to first, and that's in time for the double play. 2 down in the inning. Going to third is Macabrota.
Yeah, Adam Odd gave it his best effort to try and beat that out, but when it went right to Cam Gravel at second base, it was an easy flip to Raquelbin de Castro. Maybe you could argue that glove flip, maybe made that play a double play.
Yeah, if he had have taken the extra second or two to make the transfer to his throwing hand, that might have been enough for Odd to beat it out. But nice job by the middle infield, Gravel and de Castro. Odd retired, as is Williams. So Macabrota 90 feet away at third with 2 out, and here's James Anderson. To second. Gravel, easy throw to first in time for the out. Baycats stranded a runner in the bottom of the fourth. We go to the fifth. Barrie on top by 2. 3-1 Baycats. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV Barrie.
The only North Barrie Market, your go-to for homemade meals, catering service, and the freshest locally sourced meat. Get ready for an unforgettable barbecue experience with Barrie Best Barbecue coming soon. All at North Barrie Market, 580 Bayfield. Moving.ca. For all your moving needs for over 35 years, Moving.ca. The original two men who just happen to be small, who make moving stress-free. Two small men with big hearts moving. We always have a big heart for you at Moving.ca.
The Collingwood Brewery at 10 Sanford Fleming, producing delicious lagers, ales, and seltzers since 2014. The proud home of the Baycats Brew. Check out their retail shop and tap room, and select products at the LCBO, beer store, and grocery stores. Cheers, and go Baycats!
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
(3-1) Baycats over the Hamilton Cardinals as we continue through this wet and soggy game after the rain delays for maybe about 20-25 minutes. But we're back at it. It's the top of the fifth inning. A new pitcher for the Baycats after the delay is Juan Benitez.
Yeah, the sky over right field looks pretty good right now to our west. It's the sky to the south that's troublesome, and this weather pattern seems to have been coming up from the south all day. Still raining right now, but again, we got a little bit of sunshine starting to just fight its way through the clouds. So anything is possible, but here we are in the top of the fifth, and Hamilton trying to get back on top.
Back to the top of the order here for the Cardinals. DeCastro skies that one foul and out of play on the right side.
So Benitez, 9 starts. This is his 4th relief appearance, his 13th overall. 63 innings of work. Comes in with a 6-1 record.
Big cut from DeCastro off the chest of Anderson, so keeps the at-bat alive. It's still 0-2.
We expect to see Benitez as part of a 3-man pitching starting rotation for Josh Matlow in the postseason, along with Carlos Rosado, who we saw earlier today, and Frank Garces.
So the final line on Cesar Rosado: 4 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts, 2 walks, 3 hits, 1 run that was unearned. The 0-2 from Benitez. Foul back to the screen.
The big 3 of the Baycats rotation: Juan Benitez, Frank Garces, and Cesar Rosado, all with ERAs under 3 runs. And for a good chunk of the game, they were all under 2.5 runs. Juan's ERA now up to 2.71.
Another 0-2, just low from Benitez. That just goes to show how dominant the starting pitching for the Baycats has been this year. And even across the league, nearly a full run below the league average ERA compared to last year. One-two from Benitez. Popped foul again. Castro put together a nice at-bat here, staying alive with a few foul balls.
We're talking about this off air, but this really seems to be a ball club, the Baycats, that are built for a 2-inning closer, and Carlos Sano has sort of assumed that role in recent weeks. But you've got 3 guys here that can go 6 or 7 innings easily.
The 1-2, popped foul again.
Not much in terms of middle relief, to be honest with you, on this pitching staff. The bullpen has struggled this season, no question about that. So the key is, how deep can these 3 starters go to get to Sano to close it out in the late innings?
It's really been a shuffle for the Baycats all year long. 1-2 is in the dirt. Nice. Off the leg of Anderson.
They've tried Adam Kahn, Ryan Lacasse. I guess they've seen a good chunk of the innings. Veteran Brad Grieveson is there as well in the mix, and Brandon Hillier, who's still recovering from an injury. So the bullpen has been the Achilles heel for the Baycats this season, just getting through those middle innings.
Well, keep in mind, Benitez was a reliever actually to start the year. He started the home opener for the Baycats, but after that was used a couple times in relief. this is just some discussion about the rain. The sun is out, which is very odd, but the rain's still coming down at a good pace. I'm not sure what the argument is because it's pretty scattered around the field. Andrew White out around home plate talking to Chuba Vey. The home plate umpire. That's James Lyle. He's talking to Chris Piano.
Well, Hamilton down by 2 runs. They need to get this at bat in here in the top of the 5th inning for this to be an official game. It would be advantageous to them to have this game postponed and resumed on another day unless they can get those 2 runs and at least draw even here. Because otherwise this game could get called at any time and it would be a Baycat win if the Baycats are on top after the number of completed innings.
This is the top of the 5th inning. Baycats up by 2. Andrew White out discussing with the umpire and crew.
Haven't seen any thunder or lightning in a while. It's just rain right now. It's pretty steady rain, though. It's raining hard, and it's sunny.
Last time we heard thunder, at least I did, was the last half inning when Malik Williams, it was actually as he made contact on his single, the thunder cracked as with the crack of the bat. But rain's still coming down through the sunlight, but doesn't seem like it's too heavy. It's just persistent. And I don't imagine that anyone wants to delay this game any further, even the Hamilton Cardinals players. As much as they would prefer to, have a full 9-inning effort, you don't want to have to resume it at a later date, as we see someone from the grounds crew, they're going to bring some quick dry back out to the mound.
Hamilton manager Chris Piano having a very animated conversation with umpire James Lyle and pointing at his watch at one point in that conversation.
Wind's still blowing at the ballpark, too.
Kind of feels like maybe a passing shower right now. If we can get that clear sky from the west this way, but they're not going to take any chances. They're going to try to get this infield and specifically home plate and the pitcher's mound covered up here.
Yeah, they got the tarps out. The grounds crew bringing out the tarps. So, unfortunately, this looks like it's going to be another delay. It's rather unfortunate because it doesn't, at least from our vantage point, from where we're sitting, it doesn't seem like there's much. It's persistent rain, but it's not heavy. And it seems, kind of like I'm not sure how to say that, but it's kind of pointless to start the game, get a half inning in, and then get right back out to a rain delay.
Well, it's been so unpredictable all day. I guess the fact is they're just going to take any window of playing opportunity that they can just to try to get this game done. But at this point, the tarps are covering the mound and home plate, and we are going to be taking another break from baseball here this afternoon.
Yeah, so we'll see another rain delay when there's word about the game resumption possibility. We'll get back to you, but for now, rain delay. 3-1 Baycats. Top of the 5th, a 2-2 count with nobody out. You'll hear from us shortly, right here on Baycats TV. Welcome back, folks. After the second rain delay we've had this afternoon, we will just about to get back underway at Vintage Throne Stadium. Juan Benitez warming up back on the mound again. Baycats lead the Hamilton Cardinals 3-1 in the top of the 5th inning, and we're going to resume with a 2-2 count, nobody out, to Raquelbin DeCastro leading off the 5th inning.
Yeah, not your typical afternoon at the ballpark. This game started almost 3 hours ago, and here we are trying to finish things off in the top of the 5th inning. And if we can get to the bottom of the 5th, that would make this score official if another delay came along. But they're going to try to get this one in. Hamilton came to play. And as of right now, we get another window to play some baseball.
So from what I heard on the field, it seems that home plate umpire James Lyles heard some thunder, which kind of caused that second delay to begin. But
yeah, and I don't mind that at all. You and I were fairly critical of the umpiring crew that was here several weeks ago that let them continue to play through thunder and lightning, deeming that it was far enough off in the distance. But that can be so unpredictable, you just don't want to mess around with it. So always better to use an abundance of caution, get everybody off the field, and get us off of these middle benches.
Well, the Baycats, the players, especially in the Baycats, were quite frustrated with the decision, but we're back underway. 2-2 pitch to DeCastro, skied out to center field. Canisijo saunters in, makes the catch, and Juan Benitez picks up his first out.
Yeah, I mean, the argument is it's a bit of an unfair situation for Benitez, who came in, got his arm, loaded up and ready, and threw all of 4 pitches before having to shut it down again and now having to try to dial things back up. It's not an easy situation for him. Fortunately, this second delay was much shorter than the first.
Cut and a miss from Cam Gravel, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Benitez was throwing and warming up during the delay in front of the Baycats dugout. And he lines that one into right center field. It's going to get down, and Canisijo will cut it off. And Cam Gravel with his first hit of the game.
Well, the Baycats thinking about just getting 5 innings in the books here today. The Cardinals not thinking about that at all. They are thinking about taking the lead. And after trailing 2-0, they got a run in the top of the 3rd. They've been hanging around here this afternoon with the Baycats. And it's not a team that's going to let the score get too far out of hand. We mentioned of the 4 matchups, the 2 games that Hamilton did lose were by 2 runs or less. This team has a knack for sticking around in the close games.
I went up high to Tyler Duncan, who's 0 for 2 as well. But he's had some hard contact. The last one was a line drive right at Ryan Rio at first base. That ended the 3rd inning. Sees a 1-0. Gravel, the short lead. It's up high again, 2-0.
Looking elsewhere around the IBL, London at Guelph has already been postponed, so they have a makeup ahead of them already. A game that has been scheduled for Wednesday night in London. And now tonight's game in Guelph postponed. And Toronto at Welland is the other game on the schedule. We're told the weather is a little bit better down there, kind of in the Niagara Horseshoe area. I'm not sure if they're underway there yet or not, but that game was scheduled for 6.
Big cut and a miss from Duncan. It's 2-1. And keep in mind that game from last night that was to be played between the Baycats and the Brantford Red Sox at Arnold Anderson Stadium. Still yet to be determined when that game will be made up, if at all. Looking at Monday potentially, looks like to be the leading contender for a rescheduled date, but hasn't been made official.
Yeah, the weather doesn't look good across the Inter-County Baseball League today or tomorrow. Sunday night was kind of when things sort of seemed to clear up, and the weather next week at the moment looks pretty good from Monday on, so that is good news for the start of the playoffs.
2-2 from Benitez. Called strike 3. Benitez strikes out Tyler Duncan. It's brought to you by IMP North. 2 down.
The good news is with the Guelph-London games, and again, we mentioned one today that got postponed, another one scheduled for Wednesday night. That Wednesday night game shouldn't delay the start of the Baycats' first-round playoff series, which in all likelihood would be Thursday night, the first home game, game 1 here, because Guelph and London.
Runner goes. The throw down from Anderson is into center field. Gravel will take off for 3rd and get there standing up. What looked like to be a nice, accurate throw from Anderson. Looked like it had Gravel beat, but it goes right through the glove almost of Adam Odd.
Anyways, just to finish that thought, Guelph and London are not teams that the Baycats would be playing in the first round, so they can take their time finishing off their seedings in the standings, and the Baycats can get their first round series going.
This is Luis Bernardo, the cleanup hitter. Singled and stole bases last time up, but stranded at third. And the Cardinals stranded the bases loaded on Cesar Rosado in the fourth. Seems like fourth inning, the top of the fourth inning was forever ago. Just outside, 2-1.
Bernardo is a good hitter and has had some big games over the Baycats in recent years. Has power, 3 home runs, 25 RBIs. Likes to play in this ballpark.
Foul back to the screen is a big swing from Bernardo on a high fastball.
This is not a home run hitter's park by any stretch, but he has hit some long balls here at Vintage Throne Stadium.
The crowd that's left over getting into it. 2-2, 2 out. Top of the fifth inning, that's what a strikeout here would make it official. Pitch from Benitez, popped up, playable into shallow right field. Coming in is Brad McQuinn, over to his left, makes the catch to end the inning. So after starting and restarting the top of the fifth inning, we finally get through it. Baycats still lead it by a score of 3-1 as we head to the bottom half. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
At Domino's, mix and match any 2 or more pizzas and sides for just $8.99 each. Like when pizza night's more like pizza and lava cakes night, or pasta and stuffed cheesy bread night, or we're gonna need a bigger table night. Mix and match Canada's favorite pizza and more at Domino's.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
Fans from 400 Chrysler and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Bottom of the fifth inning, Vintage Throne Stadium. It's brought to you by Phaetrum, aluminum and siding, quality above all else.
Julius, Hern, Ben, Davy, our entire Baycats TV crew back with you. Bottom of the fifth inning, and Brad McQuinn, the number 9 hitter, to lead it off for the Barrie Baycats against Takaki Iguchi, who after the delay is still going, working on his second inning. Final line on Mizuki Akatsuka, the starter for the Cardinals in this game. 3 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, and a walk. McQuinn shows bunt, pulls it back on a low pitch.
We were talking about that out-of-town scoreboard a little bit earlier. The Maple Leafs are in Welland to take on the Jackfish. That game did get underway, and they are currently in the bottom of the fourth inning of a scoreless tie. Angel Castro is on to pitch for Toronto.
Pitch from Iguchi, another shown bunt from McQuinn. He pulls it back. It's called a strike.
And once again, as of right now, the Maple Leafs would be the Baycats' first-round playoff opponent. Highway 400 rivalry could be in the works for round 1.
1-1 from Iguchi on the ground, up the middle. Over to his left is a wide throw from Raquelbin to Castro. McQuinn stumbled trying to make a turn. He has to hustle to get back to first. He is out at first. Great backup there from Tanner Rempel on the wide throw from DeCastro. Iguchi covering the bag at first base. Andrew White's out to argue this call.
Well, McQuinn ran into Bernardo as he was trying to make the round at first base, and I'm not sure if they're discussing whether or not interference should have been called. Bernardo had to come off the bag to get the throw. Ended up having to get back with a head-first slide. Chubove calling him out on the tag.
Well, Brad McQuinn's very vocal, standing on first base as well, along with Andrew White, pointing at the bag. Definitely a case where there could have been an obstruction on this play. Andrew White heading back to the dugout.
And I wonder if that's what McQuinn's arguing. That as he was trying to get around first base, he ran into the first baseman. Now, the first baseman has every right as a defensive player to make the adjustment to try to catch the throw. The throw was off the bag, and that's what the umpires ruled in that situation, much to the chagrin of acting manager Andrew White and base runner Brad McQuinn.
So an error on the play charged to DeCastro, but they ended up getting the putout 6-1.
Don't see that every day. It's an odd combination of numbers
Yeah,
defensively.
you never see that. Don't see that very often as first pitch to Kenise Ijo is outside. McQuinn was visibly upset. He definitely felt like he was obstructed with. That one up the middle, a base hit for Ijo. And so that should be getting the Baycats restarted in this inning after what could have been a base runner. Now they definitely do have one. And pinch hitting now for Hernandez is Kyle Maves.
Well, Hernandez was 0 for 2 today, but has been one of the Baycats' hottest hitters in their lineup. So, interesting decision here to make a substitution. This game has been delayed twice, so we may see both teams making more changes than usual here as we head through the second half of this game.
Well, as the inning started, I noticed Hernandez heading back to the clubhouse. So that will officially put an end to his 10-game hit streak after an 0 for 2 performance today. First pitch to Maves is up high.
Well, that's unfortunate for Brandon. Late in the season, though, and who knows, we can only speculate, but any player that might be experiencing a little bit of tightness or anything at all, certainly this is not a situation, especially with the wet grass out there, that you want to be taking any chances with players late in the season.
Throw over to first is wide of first. Ijo heading over to second. He'll get there standing up. It looked like a quick move from Iguchi over to first base, and it doesn't pay off for him. So 2 errors in the inning now for the Cardinals.
Yeah, not a good throw from Iguchi trying to get Kenise Ijo, and one of the best base runners in the league. Draws a lot of throws over there just by those leads that he takes. RBI situation for Maves now with a 2-run Baycat lead.
1-0 from Iguchi is up high again. That one much further up and away.
Almost wondering if they were thinking maybe Ijo might be thinking about swiping third. We've seen him do it before.
Yeah, it just seems like in recent memory he hasn't had those stolen base attempts, or at least successful ones. Now Iguchi coming with some sidearm delivery. It's inside to Maves, so a 3-0 count. And another guy, Kyle Maves, very speedy himself. To have that combination of Ijo and Maves on base would be catastrophic possibly for the Cardinals. 3-0, catches the strike zone.
Good at bat here by Maves with Iguchi mixing in the sidearm with the overhand over the top throws. We saw Iguchi drop down sidearm a couple of times before the delay.
Another sidearm delivery. It's just catches the inside corner.
Completely different type of pitch coming out of his hand when he drops down like that. Don't see a lot of sidearmers in Major League Baseball, certainly not as many as we used to years ago, but a lot of guys would maybe drop down to that sidearm or 3/4 with 2 strikes.
So full count here. The pitch is up high again. Kyle Maves waits out that at-bat. works a walk, so just like that, Baycats threaten again, 2 on, and both those base runners could be a threat to steal here. You might see a double steal attempt possibly with Jacob coming up.
Just kind of a rainbow curveball there that Iguchi was trying to get over the plate for a strike, but it ended up being off the plate and a little high too.
It's the 3rd time Iguchi has faced the Baycats this year. Both those first 2 outings were starts. The first pitch to Jacob, right back at Iguchi. The throw over to first is in time to double up Maves. Just an incredible way to get out of the inning for the Cardinals. Line drive right back at Takaki Iguchi. And what could have been a threat for the Baycats turns into nothing. So we'll head to the 6th inning. Still 3-1 for Barrie. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May. From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
Top of the 6th inning here at Vintage Throne Stadium. Baycats have a 3-1 lead over the Hamilton Cardinals, and seen a couple rain delays in this game, but we're still going. Looks like could be a window to finish a full 9-inning game, which hasn't happened between these teams at this ballpark since earlier on this year. Remember the last time Cardinals were at this ballpark was just 5 innings, a night that was tormented by poor weather.
And a 5-inning win, I mean, you'll definitely take it, but at the end of the day, everybody wants to see 9 innings of baseball. You want to see a full game, a complete game, if you can, especially if you wait it out through 2 delays. And still an impressive number of fans here. We're into the more than 3 hours of baseball now, 3 hours since the game started.
Dennis DeBanning fouls that pitch back to the screen. It's 1-1. I remember when that game happened, and talking to Josh Matlow after the game, he even said, you don't want to win a baseball game like that, but a win's a win. And they were very happy to come out with an extra win. That was actually at the time very big for the team. Popped up, playable, right side. Ryan Rio calls it off in foul territory, makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Do have some defensive changes with Kyle Maves coming into the game. He takes over at second for Adam Odd. Odd moves from second to short. Brandon Hernandez exiting the ball game. So the infield now right to left, which should catch you up on things defensively here. It's just this has been so long since the start of the game. Jaco, Odd, Maves, and Rio. That's the infield left to right. And the outfield, Nolan Macabrota, Canisijo, and Brad McQuinn. James Anderson catching Juan Benitez.
First pitch called strike to Tanner Rempel, who was a big part of that huge play at first base with Brad McQuinn in the last half inning. But he's 1 for 2 with a strikeout. A single earlier in the game in the second, but was left stranded. Cesar Rosado did such a great job in those 3 innings he had. Leaving way for Juan Benitez here. The 0-2. Picked from the dirt by Anderson.
Rosado had 9 strikeouts today, including a 4-strikeout fourth inning, and that was because of a drop third strike or a ball went to the backstop that the base runner got aboard on. So we saw a 4-strikeout inning from Rosado today.
1-2 up high. I was going to say congratulations to you for that. You said that was your first 4-strikeout inning.
I can't recall ever, yeah. I mean, I've been working on that for my whole career, and today was the day.
Yeah.
Final game of the regular season game. You never know what you're going to see at the ballpark.
Another pick in the dirt by Anderson. I was anticipating this almost happened in the game on Thursday with Frank Garces. He almost had an immaculate inning. He was one or two pitches away.
I remember the inning. Yep.
Now full count to Rempel. The pitch from Benitez outside. Great plate appearance from Tanner Rempel. Ends up working a walk on Benitez. So the Cardinals have a base runner with 1 out.
You know, in hindsight now, maybe I should have gone down and asked for that baseball. I should have said, I don't know if I'm ever going to get to call a 4-strikeout inning again in my career. So I know you struck the batters out, Cesar, but I was wondering if I could have that baseball for my medal.
Man.
I mean, here's a guy who hit his 100th strikeout of the season.
In that inning.
Yeah, in that inning. Didn't ask for the baseball. We don't know where it is. It ended up somewhere in the Baycat dugout.
Well, that's a huge accomplishment for Rosado. Not only just the 4-strikeout inning, but getting 100 Ks is huge in this league where you're only limited to so many starts. 0-1 is in there for strike 2. Catches him with some off-speed stuff. It's Brendan Daly at the plate, the left fielder. Yet again, the crowd getting into it. Another 2-strike pitch for Benitez. Runner goes. The swing, and it's a foul off the dirt. Play called dead by home plate umpire James Lyle.
Juan Benitez was a high strikeout pitcher earlier in his career, especially his first season here with the Baycats, but he sort of adjusted to more of a soft contact type pitcher, and that's allowed him to go really deep in ball games, keeping his pitch count low. I'm wondering if Cesar Rosado might make that adjustment as well as he gets a little into his career.
0-2 blocked by Anderson. He's got a chance to throw over to second, but he elects not to. So great heads-up base running by Tanner Rempel. He moves up on that low pitch from Benitez.
And the older you get, the farther into your career, sometimes you have to find other ways to get outs than just the strikeout. And Rosado throws a lot of those.
Well, I remember asking Juan earlier this year about what the approach was differently between last year and this year. Because remember last year he was, whenever he would have a start, the first few innings for him would be really shaky. That hasn't been the case yet this year. Called strike 3. Another IMP North strikeout for the Baycats. That's the first one for Juan Benitez.
Yeah, it's a big strike zone today. Brandon Daly didn't like that, but the reality is anything close to the plate is going to get called. James Lyle has certainly been consistent with that today. He wants these guys up there swinging the bats, and why not? We've sat through 2 delays already today. We've passed the 3-hour mark. Still only in the 6th inning, so a lot of baseball ahead of us.
That's the second strikeout for Benitez. Caught Tyler Duncan looking in the last inning. First pitch is up high to Andrew Johnson, the DH.
Definitely the kind of ball game you want to see these guys up there swinging the bats, trying to put the ball in play rather than working deep counts.
Well, I was going to say, Benitez, he was telling me last year he was much more aggressive. He was very much an attack-the-plate style pitcher, whereas now he's more focused on just hitting those corners and focusing on where he's placing the ball relative to who's at the plate rather than just making sure that he's hitting the zone.
And he's done it well. Not that type of pitching strategy doesn't work for everybody. Some pitchers you see, they go out there, they try to be a little too careful, and then you end up making a mistake and it costs you.
Well, there's one that could be trouble down the right field line, but foul. All the way into the corner by the Baycats dugout. Some great contact from Johnston, who has walked his first couple times up.
It's still raining. It's a very light mist, but it's coming down. The umbrellas are out there, and keep in mind, any of those outfielders right now, they're staring through the rain to try to catch any ball that's hit up there.
Sun shower over Vintage Throne Stadium. The pitch to Johnston's fouled off.
You would think we would see a rainbow, wouldn't you, right now?
I saw one when I was on the field in the delay. There was one, just kind of to
it's behind us, so we can't see it.
Yeah, it's
That's
behind
why
our press box.
Yeah, the sun is on a very sharp angle to right field, and we got rain on one side and sun on the other.
Yeah, it's just over to the east of the ballpark. Yet another 2-strike pitch for Benitez here on Andrew Johnston. 2 out here in the 6th inning. The pitch. Foul back to the screen again. Johnston staying alive here with a nice at-bat.
You and I were looking at some Major League Baseball out of scores during the rain delay, and we saw that Luis Severino of the New York Mets pitched a complete game today.
Yeah, only gave up 4 hits.
Against the Miami Marlins. Soft-hitting team, but still.
1-2 for Benitez. Runner goes. It's popped up foul again.
The Mets are right in contention. I mean, they are in the mix there with
still above the Braves, yeah?
They're ahead of the Atlanta Braves, who nobody would have expected them to be where they are.
Well, their pitching has taken such a hit to injuries with, Spencer Strider having been out for the year. Mike Soroka, if he's been pitching, he's not what he used to be, troubled with injuries over the last few years.
That seems to be the race to watch. The Mets and Braves, and also can Seattle catch Houston?
Outside of Johnston. And even another one for the Braves, Chris Sale has been really the guy they've been trying to lead on this year. But yeah, the National League is very up in the air. Even the Dodgers are struggling to stay in first in the West with the Padres and Diamondbacks right behind them.
Yeah, 3 teams in the West that could all make the playoffs.
Can we see the runner go here? No, he doesn't. 2-2 is just high and outside.
Well, as we said, it's been a big strike zone, and Juan was trying to take advantage of that. And at some point, you're only going to stretch the strike zone so far. And James Lyle said that one missed.
So it brings it to 3-2, and Benitez is back at it. Here's the pitch. Runner goes on the ground to second base and through past Kyle Maves. Rempel will score, and it's a 3-2 lead now for the Baycats.
Well, Johnston was sitting on a fastball, and he got it, and that's really the only option Juan had there with a 3-2 count. Didn't want to walk him in that situation, and Johnston was ready.
So an RBI single there for Johnston. Wonder if that was a hit-and-run play because Rempel was off on the pitch. We did see him go earlier maybe to try and swipe third, or another hit-and-run play potentially. As that one slapped out to right field, but it's going to slice out of play beyond the Baycats dugout.
That ball went a long way. One of the deeper balls we've seen hit to that part of the ballpark so far today.
8th RBI of the season for Andrew Johnston. 0-1, another foul ball, and it'll get out of play, not as deep. Benitez has really been working these counts out, getting ahead early, getting to 2 strike counts early and often, but the walk to Tanner Rempel proving costly. 0-2, cut and a miss. Another IMP North strikeout for Juan Benitez, 2 in the inning. But the Cardinals get back on the board in this inning. 3-2 now for the Baycats. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend. From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. BarrieToday.com. Local news, weather, Baycat scores, and more. BarrieToday.com. Your community, your news.
Bottom of the 6th inning here at Vintage Throne Stadium. It's brought to you by Moving.ca. Two small men with big hearts moving, making moving stress-free for over 35 years.
Takaki Iguchi back on the mound for the Cardinals, and to lead it off for the Baycats, Ryan Rio. 1 for 2 with a run scored today. Led off the 2nd inning with a single, and then later scored on the Malik Williams RBI single. Iguchi's first pitch, up and away.
Well, the game started with a switch pitcher. We never actually got to see him switch arms, but Mizuki Akasuka started this game, and now we have a somewhat sidearm throwing Takaki Iguchi on him relief. He's been mixing it up, dropping down sidearm. Saw him throw a couple of those in his warm-ups as well.
Well, I was mentioning it the break after that half inning. I was saying I wonder if he switched because Ijo was on second base behind him. Because you haven't seen it with nobody on yet, as you do right now. That one is in just low. So Rio working this count to 3-0 already.
Well, the whole idea is to keep him guessing at the plate, and the more variation that you can have, the less predictable you'll be out there.
So 3-0 to Rio. Another sidearm pitch from Iguchi, and Rio works a 4-pitch walk to start off the 6th inning.
Well, these scrappy Cardinals keep battling back. Barrie was on top 2-0, 3-1, and now a big run for the Cardinals has made this a 3-2 ball game, and I think we're taking this one right to the 9th today. It's stopped raining, looks pretty good right now. Sun is shining. Baycat fans were anxious for this to become an official game, of course, with Barrie on top. The game is official, but it's not final. As long as the weather's good, we're going to keep playing this one right through.
Noah Macabrota sees a first pitch curveball in there for a strike.
Got a feeling we're going to see some pretty exciting baseball here over the last few innings.
Macabrota 7 for 15 against the Cardinals this year with a double and 2 homers. He's eating up Cardinals pitching this year as he fouls that one off.
Yeah, just having a sensational rookie season. He is just a pure ball player. And one of the nicest young guys you'll talk to as well. Plays the game hard and just loves being at the ballpark.
Definitely an argument for Macabrota for Rookie of the Year. There's no question. 0-2 from Iguchi is popped up. Foul over the screen and over our heads.
You see a lot of sidearm pitches get kind of just driven right into the ground. The batter's able to make contact, just ends up getting on top of it. But that one, Macabrota ended up underneathing, and it just spun right off the top of his bat, went over the backstop.
Another 0-2, just outside. Great take from Nolan Macabrota. Macabrota from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Enters this game second on the team in RBI, 26, just one behind Kinesicia, the team leader.
Asafa Jones is on deck. It looks like he's going to hit for Malik Williams in the DH spot. You mentioned those minimum innings that need to be played to qualify for the postseason. So,
Asafa Jones needs 5 at-bats to qualify for the playoffs. 1-2 is low and over, picked up by Rempel. Is off his glove and all the way to the backstop. So Rio will move up to second base.
So it's not innings, it's at bats to qualify.
It's at bats for hitters and innings for pitchers.
So that makes it a little trickier for guys who are pinch runners or defensive replacements. You've actually got to get your plate appearances in.
Yeah.
Key acquisition for Barrie, though, adds some depth for sure.
Absolutely, and a guy that he is still recovering from a torn ACL he had last year, but he's still got plenty of speed even with the wrap around his knee, which has been changed over the last week or so. He was wearing a full brace under his pants, now more of a bandage type wrap as Macabrota cuts through that one. Iguchi strikes him out for out number 1.
First strikeout for Iguchi, I believe, since coming on for Akasuka.
Asafa Jones.
Jones will get his first look at him here.
So here's Asafa Jones.
It's a 4 o'clock start this afternoon, starting to feel like an evening game now, brother. The sun is exactly where it is, where we usually sign on and do our Thursday night games.
We're just past 7:30 local time. Just the 4th at-bat at home for Asafa Jones as a Baycat. First pitch is low, and that one picked up nicely by Rempel. Doesn't want to let Rio get another 90 feet off of a pass ball. Favorable matchup for Jones. Iguchi going sidearm there on that delivery. Adam Otto waits on deck. 2-0 count, 1 out. Baycats lead this one 3-2. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Jones sees that curveball low. A great eye by the young kid. He works it to 3-0.
Jones 3 for 18 coming into his appearance here today.
Another low pitch. Asafa Jones works a walk. So 2 walks in the inning for Gucci, 3 on the outing so far. I'll bring up Adam Ott. It's so funny to see Adam Ott in that 7th spot after the year he had last year, but that's just what makes this Baycats lineup so deep on paper when you guys like this with the damage that Adam Ott can do when he's on.
Well, what he's looking for is consistency. And he has had some big nights here at the ballpark, but really wants to get in that groove, especially going into the playoffs where he's contributing game in and game out. He's done it throughout his career, but as you mentioned, has struggled for whatever reason here in 2024 just to find that rhythm.
Sees that first pitch inside from Iguchi. Right-hander set. Here's the pitch, and it's lined into left center field. It will get down for a base hit, and it'll go all the way to the warning track. Rio rounds third. He will score. Asafa Jones right behind him. He's getting the wave. The throw is not cut off, and Asafa Jones scores. The Baycats add to their lead. It's 5-2.
Big hit for Adam Ott coming through in the clutch.
For James Anderson.
His bat speed is as good as anybody in this Baycat lineup. And he connected on that one.
Well, we know how far the ball can go when he really connects on one, and that's a great example. Didn't have quite the launch angle to get it all the way out of here, but hit so well and hard, a straight line drive rolling all the way to the wall, scoring Asafa Jones from first. And Jones was really catching up to Rio as he was rounding third base. Odd goes, the throw down to third is high, sliding in safely with a stolen base is Adam Odd. Great aggressiveness.
Odd mentioned to me during the rain delay, I think you were within earshot, he was talking to us, and he said he was a big fan of your play-by-play work here on a Thursday night. He specifically went out of his way to point that out, and I thought that was a nice compliment. I'm not sure if you were there to hear that or not, but I thought I'd pass it along.
I'm not sure, but I do really appreciate that.
These guys listen to us.
Big cut there from Anderson. It's 1-1.
Not live, but often these guys will go home and dial up the broadcast and study the tape, of course. That helps them.
Well, they want to see their own highlights too, right? You know, they take pride in what they do well.
They're not listening for us, but they have to put up with us what they're watching. The YouTube broadcasts are great. I know they help a lot of managers as well prepare for upcoming opponents and
absolutely
give you a chance to see the games that you're not able to attend in person. So
2-1 is just low to Anderson, who's another 3-ball count for Iguchi. Seen this a lot from Iguchi. The infield playing all the way in on the grass with Adam Ott on third. 3-1. Called strike, 3-2. So big pitch here for Iguchi. If you need a strikeout at any point, this is the chance to get it. Trailing by 3, the runner on third, just 1 out. Really taking his time, and they're going to need a mound visit here to get some signals crossed up, it looks like.
Yeah, he didn't like whatever Rempel was putting down. I don't think Iguchi wanted to throw that, and he went up really quick. They're going to say no mound visit, so that was a signals conversation.
Both teams still with all 6 of their mound visits. I was just going to say the contrast between Iguchi and Benitez right now. A lot of 3-ball counts for Iguchi, a lot of 2-strike counts for Benitez on the other side. Well, here's the full count pitch. It's low. So James Anderson will reach for the first time today. Baycats with the runners on the corners for Brad McQuinn. And we're going to get an actual mound visit here. First one of the game for the Cardinals.
Chris Piano comes out to the mound. We had our sound guy, Dan, play Piano Man for Chris Piano. Actually, it was my idea. I'll take the credit for it. Or the blame.
I was a fan.
Thought it would be a fun song.
I was a fan.
For him, especially during a rain delay, right?
Exactly.
We're all just sitting around here appreciating any good music we can listen to. So I don't know if Chris knew we were playing that for him, but
I mean, I'm sure he's heard it so much, right? It's kind of just like white noise to him at this point.
He's the piano man. Can't dispute that.
Well, Mizuki Akatsuka making the trip out to the mound as well to translate. So Gucci will have to try and get out of this one himself. There is action in the Cardinal bullpen. Our right-hander is up and throwing.
Number 47, Brad McQuinn.
Just a random observation, but the interesting thing now with the mound visits, with the rule limiting each team to 6 mound visits, is that the home plate umpire has to go out there right away because he needs to verify what are they talking about. And if they're talking about anything other than signals, it's a mound visit.
Exactly. First pitch to McQuinn. It's called strike. It's Corbin Peters, the right-hander, throwing in the Cardinal bullpen.
In the past, when a catcher would go out to the mound, or even a manager, the umpire would hang back for a little while, maybe 20, 30 seconds, and then come out and tell them to wrap up the conversation. But you're not going to see that anymore. The umpire is right out there.
Very stringent on it. And
keeps the game moving.
Especially in a game like this, you need it.
But it kind of eliminates that, subtle nuance to the game of a manager might just come out and not really say a whole lot, just sort of
calm things down, slow down the tempo, get the heart rate down a bit.
Exactly. Where do you want to have dinner after the game?
Seen that quite a bit in the old days.
Just like chit-chat and just, give the pitcher a chance to clear his mind a little bit. But now there's a lot of pressure in terms of what are they talking about. If it's anything other than signals or an injury, you're going to get charged.
Runs from the corners for the Baycats. 1 out. It's McQuinn up with a 1-2 count. There's the pitch. There's a little flare out in the left field. It's shallow and dropping. It will get down for a base hit. Odd will come in to score. He had to wait for that one to drop. An RBI single for Brad McQuinn. It's 6-2.
Well, this is the kind of inning the Baycats definitely needed. Put a crooked number on the board. It's a 3-run 6. That gives them some nice insurance. Their biggest margin of lead today. And when you're up by 4 runs or more, you can just relax and play baseball, not worry about the weather too much. And just try to hold on to this lead. And the Baycats now swinging the bats and really bringing it here to Takaki Iguchi.
Double play still in order for the Cardinals. Just 1 out. 3 runs scored in this inning for the Baycats. Canisijo is up, and he sees a first pitch strike.
You're talking about mound visits. One of my favorite baseball movies, I'm sure you've seen it, Bull Durham.
Yep.
And, I mean, if you enjoy the comedy of mound visits, that is a must-see movie.
Absolutely. 0-1 to Ejo. And he slashes that one foul on the right side.
You'd be surprised some of the things that the catchers and pitchers would talk about during those mound visits. Back in the old days. Of course, this is a new era of baseball now.
Seems like it's just, with all the new rules, and especially in Major League Baseball, it's not as free of a game anymore. With you're limiting the shift. The mound visits have been limited. Oh, big swing from Ejo and fouls it off the mask of Rempel and out of play.
And here's the courtesy visit from the home plate umpire, James Lyles, who will hand deliver the baseball to Takaki Iguchi to give catcher Tanner Rempel a chance to compose himself.
Rempel seems okay.
Have you ever taken a foul ball off a face mask before?
I'm sure I have. I used to be a catcher.
Can't even imagine the speed that ball comes off the bat. So you used to be a catcher. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did.
Catcher turned broadcaster.
Well, I wasn't mainly a catcher. I was more of a backup catcher. 0-2 to Ejo. He flies that one out to center field. Going back a few strides is Tyler Duncan, settling under it, makes the catch. Anderson tags up from second on his way to third and will get there standing up. So while it is a flyout for Ejo, productive nonetheless. Runners back on the corners for Barrie.
This will be the eighth Baycat to hit here in the 6th inning. So it's been a big one for Barrie, and a couple of base runners out there with 2 outs. They'd love to cash in some more.
Well, Kyle Maves up for the second time today. Walked his first time up, but was doubled up on that line out to Iguchi by Hayden Jaco, who stands on deck. First pitch is lined over the head of DeCastro at short. Anderson comes in to score. McQuinn rounds second. He'll take 2 bags and head all the way to third. Same situation yet again, but another run for Barrie. It's 7-2.
So a 4-run inning here for the Baycats. This is exactly what they wanted. Create some separation between them and this Hamilton team that has a knack for sticking around and keeping the score close. And here comes the Piano Man.
Piano Man playing.
Love it.
Piano Man out there.
He claps his hands. I think he knows what we're up to.
So the Piano Man out there to take the ball from Takaki Iguchi, it looks like. Corbin Peters is ready and on his way out of the Hamilton bullpen. So that'll be it for the Japanese right-hander. We'll have a pitching change for Hamilton. We'll be right back to introduce Corbin Peters right after this. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie. We'll resume the bottom of the 6th inning. New pitcher on for the Hamilton Cardinals is Corbin Peters.
Peters will make his 13th appearance of the season. He has 3 starts, but been used primarily out of the bullpen by Chris Piano. 21 innings of work coming into today and looking for his first decision of the season. No record. A 342 earned run average.
Well, first pitch to Jaco is up high and in. So he comes in with runners on the corners, and the Baycats have put up 4 in this inning. This is the 9th batter of the inning for Barrie, Hayden Jaco. 7-2 for the Baycats, 2 out. 1-0 from Peters is fouled off by Jaco.
This inning started with a Ryan Rio walk. Feels like it was about a half an hour ago, and Rio scored a big run for the Baycats to get things going. 2 walks from Iguchi, Rio, and Williams. Seifa Jones, I believe, who was pinch hitting for Williams.
On the ground to shortstop. DeCastro scoops, goes the easy way to second base. And that'll finally end the inning for the Hamilton Cardinals. Peters finishes it off, but Takaki Yaguchi lets in 4 runs. And the Barrie Baycats take a 7-2 lead in the 7th inning. Ben Davy back out to call the rest of the game for you. Watch it right here on Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fans from Hern and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
The only North Barrie Market, your go-to for homemade meals, catering service, and the freshest locally sourced meat. Get ready for an unforgettable barbecue experience with Barrie Best Barbecue coming soon. All at North Barrie Market, 580 Bayfield. Moving.ca. For all your moving needs for over 35 years, Moving.ca. The original 2 men who just happen to be small, who make moving stress-free. 2 small men with big hearts moving. We always have a big heart for you at Moving.ca. From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
Is presented by Psycho Solutions.
Barrie Baycats, Hamilton Cardinals, wrapping up the 2024 home schedule here in Barrie, and it's the Cardinals trailing by 5. 7-2 Barrie lead as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Ben Davy and Julius Hern along with you. After 2 rain delays here this afternoon, looks like we're going to get this one in today as Raquel Castro comes to the plate to lead off the 7th. Juan Benitez on in relief. A pop-up. James Anderson off with the mask. Does he have a play on it? No, as it bounces right in front of a fan wearing a blue coat who just decided to let that drop rather than risk injury. Maybe not a bad idea, but he saw it all the way.
Well, that's could have been scary. Yeah?
Why go home with a bruise on your hand trying to make a catch? And he just played it cool, didn't flinch, did not move.
Someone didn't bring their glove to the game is what I'm gathering out of that.
I mean, if I'm standing there, I'm reaching out for it, but I might end up fracturing a finger or something.
I've caught foul balls like that, those high kind of pop-ups with just bare hands.
Wow.
So it can be done.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Good chance of getting a souvenir at this point.
Exactly.
Thinner crowd than usual, understandably so. This one right up the middle. It's a base hit to center field. The Cardinals making some noise here on the top of the 7th inning.
Well, Raquel Castro's day has gone kind of the same. He's been up in alternating innings. He's let off each time he's been up. Started with a fly out to center field, then a single, then again in the 5th, fly out to center field, and now a single. Don't see that very often. It's been the exact same day for DeCastro.
So he's on pace for a fly out to center field in the 9th inning?
Yep.
Call Vegas and see what the odds are on that one. Fouled off to the Barrie dugout. This is Cam Gravel. Now, you and I are both big observers of symmetry and patterns in the game. Those little subtle trends that you see. And this one hit to center field. Ejo has to take a couple steps over and makes the catch. 1 out, 1 on. And the number 3 hitter, Tyler Duncan, comes to the plate.
Well, I just find it so, I don't know, you have the scorebook right in front of you as broadcasters, and there's always some things that you tend to pick out when you're writing something in. It's like, oh, hey, that's in that case, fly out single, fly out single. And it all happened in the same way leading off the inning. It's just so odd in all those different circumstances.
Well, that's why we point them out, as a throw to first is not in time. Castro taking a lead and Benitez checking on him. If you're just a casual fan at the ballpark taking in the game, those types of patterns, maybe you're not aware of them if you're not scoring the game, but we've got the scorebooks here and we can sometimes see these trends. Called strike, throw down, and the tag is made. No. He is in safe. Anamad protesting that call, and here comes Andrew White. It looked like the throw was there and the tag was applied.
Yeah, it was bang, bang at second base. It looked like the tag was trying to get in the hands of DeCastro as he dove in. But Andrew White looking pretty animated out there at this discussion with umpire at Scott Cameron.
And it looked like not only was the tag there, it slowed the runner down from getting his hand on the base.
Yeah, definitely a clear, deceleration as DeCastro approached the bag. And Adam Odd, was very, blatantly just the body language of him. He was, as there's an ejection there.
Someone from the Baycats dugout has been tossed. Brad Grieveson is going to come out for a chat now, and acting manager today is Andrew White. I'm not sure who it was that got the heave-ho. We can assume it was White, the acting manager, but...
Well, Andrew White's still standing at the top step of the dugout. My assumption is that it's Brad Grieveson that's getting ejected here.
We should point out, too, Brad Grieveson is the acting pitching coach for the Baycats, so it's not like a random player coming out here who certainly wouldn't be allowed to do that. And
yeah, and he's exiting the dugout. He's on his way back to the clubhouse, so it looks like he's the one that was ejected. Definitely, some words were heard from the dugout by James Lyle.
rounding third is DeCastro, and the Cardinals put up another run on an RBI single by Tyler Duncan. A situation where you're Barrie, you don't want to get too distracted by some of these things. The Cardinals looking to pounce here in the seventh, and again, hanging around here.
Well, the thing is, that was an important call because of moments just like that, because immediately on the very next pitch, Duncan drives him in.
Yeah, he wouldn't be any, it would be, a 7-2 ball game instead of 7-3, I suppose.
Yeah, so
that would have been the second out.
So if you're the Baycats trying to make the argument, it's not a lost cause because it definitely came back and hurt them.
Called strike on the outside corner. I often wonder how the home plate umpire can know who says what in the dugout. When you see an ejection like that, in that case, he assumed it was Grieveson, I guess, unless you're looking right at him. This one hit hard to right field. It's got some carry to it. It goes all the way to the wall. And rounding third comes Tyler Duncan. That's going to be a stand-up double for Luis Bernardo. Cardinals make it a 7-4 ball game.
Great hit there by Bernardo. He had that power to the opposite field gap. Great placement. Brad McQuinn speedy out there in right field, just couldn't catch up to it. And it looked like there could have been a play at the plate, but the cutoff throw to Maves was rather long, as longer than you'd expect with a distance like that. Would have thought that Maves may have should have gone further out into that gap to cut it off. But Duncan speedy going around third. He had to hold up between second and first and wait for it to drop.
James Anderson uses one of his mound visits to talk to Juan Benitez. Didn't say much. It was a short conversation. Wasn't even a conversation. Probably just a couple of words as Juan will try to collect himself here. 1 out in the inning. Cardinals have struck for 2 to make it a 7-4 game. And this is Dennis Dabanek. Swings and fouls it back to the screen.
Well, it's also, as you were saying, Matt, about the ejections. We've seen it a couple times in Major League Baseball this year where someone from the dugout, whether it be a manager, coach, player, etc., gets tossed after saying something in the direction of the umpire, and the umpire, not looking over, throws out the wrong person.
To short, the throw to first is in time. Adam Odd is shortstop for the Baycats, moving over from second. So a big out here, 2 away, runner at second.
Catcher number 44, Tanner Renfel.
Well, it's a great point, and I don't know what the solution is to it. I mean, trying to guess voices out of the dugout, how do you even, you could put Brad Grieveson and Andrew White both right in front of me, and I might not be able to tell one's voice from the other. So I saw one situation in Major League Baseball. I can't remember the game, but
was this the Aaron Boone in Oakland?
Well, there was that one with the fan. That hasn't been a problem here. This one to center field, Kinesijo makes the catch. We'll finish this conversation in the bottom half of the inning because we think it's interesting enough you'll enjoy it. It's 7-4 Baycats. Stretch time here at Vintage Throne Stadium.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. The Collingwood Brewery at 10 Sanford Fleming, producing delicious lagers, ales, and seltzers since 2014. The proud home of the Baycats Brew. Check out their retail shop and tap room and select products at the LCBO, beer store, and grocery stores. Cheers and go Baycats!
Domino's, mix and match any 2 or more pizzas and sides for just $8.99 each. Like when pizza night's more like pizza and lava cakes night, or pasta and stuffed cheesy bread night, or we're gonna need a bigger table night. Mix and match Canada's favorite pizza and more at Domino's.
Coming out of the 7th inning stretch at Vintage Throne Stadium. 7th inning play brought to you by Psycho Solutions. Full automotive service from headlight to tailpipe.
Ben Davy, Julius Hern, and about 75 or so fans who have been here for almost 4 hours. Watching the Barrie Baycats play the Hamilton Cardinals. Final regular season home game, 2024. Next time we are in this ballpark, there will be a much different feeling and atmosphere to the game, as it'll
mean way more.
Round 1 of the playoffs, yeah. A very relaxed kind of atmosphere here today. These fans have sat through 2 rain delays. A lot of kids still here at the ballpark on this Saturday evening now, and everybody just enjoying some good old-fashioned baseball that has a little bit of seeding implications, of course, but certainly not the tension or the drama of a playoff game. And we're going to be gearing up for those next week. Ryan Rio drives that to the left side, takes a weird bounce, but the shortstop, that makes a nice throw across. Raquelbin de Castro had a bit of a tricky bounce off the grass.
Yeah, it looked like that hit the lip of the infield grass as it approached de Castro. It took a little bit of a weird, kind of ricochet off to de Castro's right, but ends up sticking with it, makes a throw on the run, and it was on the money.
So we were talking about dugout ejections, and how does the umpire know who says what when he tosses something out of the dugout, tosses somebody out of there, and is it a case of whoever comes out after the ejection is the one that you presume gets tossed? There was one situation in Major League Baseball where the umpire didn't know, and in the dugout they're like, we don't know what you heard either. And the umpire was just like, well, pick somebody. Pick somebody to leave the game because we're not resuming the game until somebody leaves. So,
yeah.
I mean, in that situation, you just look at the guy who pitched yesterday and said, okay, it's you.
Yeah, or someone who's already been substituted out of the game, and they're not coming back in. Yeah.
An injured player. Usually it's the manager who gets the ejection, but in this case, Baycats manager Josh Matlow not in the dugout today. So Andrew White, the acting manager, but it wasn't him that got ejected. It was Brad Grieveson. pitching coach and reliever. So 2 balls and a strike. Pop up left side, foul territory, and coming all the way over and making a slide is Brendan Daly, but that ball landed a good 8 or 10 feet away from him.
He made a great attempt at it. He was running hard at it. That ball really hung up and didn't slice as much as you might have thought it would have off the bat. And it hit just on the warning track as he was sliding towards it.
So here at Vintage Throne Stadium, we don't have fans that sit directly above the dugouts like you would see at Major League ballparks, but there have been instances of fans shouting things, and at least one case where the umpire made an ejection based on something that a fan said and not a player or manager. Strike 3 as Macabrota goes down. 2 out in the inning. As a fan, that would be an interesting tactic, to plant yourself near the other team's dugout, yell things at the umpire, and hope for an ejection.
Yeah, exactly. Well, in the case of Aaron Boone in Oakland this year, it had already been a tense moment where he had been out to argue something right before that. So it was conceivable that Aaron Boone were to keep jarring at the umpire in that scenario.
So it was a Yankees fan who yelled at the umpire, I guess,
like it, yeah.
and that's why the umpire assumed it was Yankee manager Aaron Boone. But he came out and almost had this look of disbelief on his face, saying, I didn't say anything. I don't know what you heard or who you heard it from.
Visibly shocked.
Yeah. (7-4) Barrie. Swing and a miss. Safa Jones now with a 2-2 count.
So after this at bat, Jones will need just 3 more plate appearances to qualify for postseason play.
Pitch is low. Hadamard is on deck, hopeful for an at bat here in the bottom of the 7th. Baycats looking to get something going here against reliever Corbin Peters, the 3rd Hamilton pitcher of the afternoon. Baycats batted around in the 6th. Put them in this position here with a 7-4 lead. Swing and a miss. Jones couldn't connect on that, and the count is full. I have to think Peters will come right back at him with a fastball again here. Let's see. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Kicks and deals. Called strike 3. Jones threw his bat to the dugout, wanted the walk, didn't get it. And he'll be taking a walk to his right either way. That will do it. Baycats go 3 up, 3 down for the first time since the first inning. We go to the 8th. Barrie up by 3 at Vintage Throne Stadium.
The Collingwood Brewery at 10 Sanford Fleming, producing delicious lagers, ales, and seltzers since 2014. The proud home of the Baycats Brew. Check out their retail shop and tap room and select products at the LCBO, beer store, and grocery stores. Cheers, and go Baycats! From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on Essa Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May. Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Top of the 8th inning, Vintage Throne Stadium. Ben Davy, Julius Hern still here. Yes, it was a 4 o'clock game. 2 rain delays, and we look like we're in pretty good shape to finish this one off here tonight.
I mean, there's blue skies, Ben. There's blue skies. I don't think we ever would have expected that when we started this game.
You can see some clearing. And this is Brendan Daly to bat. First pitch swinging. It's to third. Long throw across from Hayden Jaco. It's a good throw, and it's in time for the outs.
Well, the exit on that ground ball looks like it caught Jaco off guard. He had to take a step back and backhand it, as opposed to getting out in front of it. But he still makes a nice play and that calm throw all the way across the diamond, perfectly in time and right at Ryan Rio.
This is Andrew Johnson, the designated hitter. He's reached base all 3 times. Couple of walks today, singled in his last plate appearance. Having a very good afternoon at the plate.
And that single was an RBI single, the one that scored Tanner Rempel.
Juan Benitez in relief today of Cesar Rosado. Fastball over the mound, up the middle. And a nice play by the second baseman. Off balance throw. It is in time for the out.
Great play
Kyle
there.
Maves.
Great play there from Kyle Maves, really to charge in and make a nice sidearm throw, and nice pick on the other end from Ryan Rio. Brandon Hillier looks like he's warming in the Barrie bullpen, so for Juan Benitez, maybe expect this is his last inning.
So check this out. We are in the top of the 8th here. A 7-4 game. This was a 4:05 start. In Welland, they are in the top of the 7th. They are 1 inning behind us. That game started at 6 o'clock.
What if they're racing?
That was a 6:05 game. It's 5-1 Welland right now.
Wow.
So, I mean, it hasn't, 6 runs have been scored, but completely different pace of game from this one. Roller to second, and it's an easy play for Kyle Maves, 4-3. They hit the Cardinals 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 8th inning. Barrie back up to bat when we return. Bottom third of the order due up. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on ESSA Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park. The only North Barrie Market, your go-to for homemade meals, catering service, and the freshest locally sourced meat. Get ready for an unforgettable barbecue experience with Barrie Best Barbecue coming soon. All at North Barrie Market, 580 Bayfield. BarrieToday.com. Local news, weather, Baycat scores, and more. BarrieToday.com. Your community, your news.
Bottom 8 here at Vintage Throne Stadium. The Baycats lead it by a score of 7-4 over the Hamilton Cardinals. 8th inning of play brought to you by United Way Simcoe Muskoka, making poverty unignorable. To learn how you can help, you can visit uwsimcoemuskoka.ca.
Panama, James Anderson, Brad McQuinn will look to add to a 3-run Baycat lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here in our 2024 home finale. Baycats have one more road game left after this. A makeup game against the Brantford Red Sox. Then we're on to the playoffs. And unconfirmed, but very likely, a Game 1 series opener here on Thursday night. A pop-up, and the catch is made by sliding Tanner Rempel. One out in the inning, and here's James Anderson.
Well, new pitcher on the mound for the Cardinals is the lefty Drew Mainprize, first true lefty the Baycats will face today. They saw Mizuki Akatsuka earlier in the game, but he didn't switch pitch. He was only pitching from the right side. So 11th appearance on the year for Mainprize. Comes in with a 3.97 ERA, no record. Actually hasn't had a decision since 2022. Just 11 and a third innings on the year coming into tonight.
Fastball for a strike.
First appearance against Barrie since last season, where in that outing he had a clean 1-2-3 inning right here at Vintage Throne Stadium.
0-1. Just missed. Framed by Rempel. Didn't get the call. Let me say this. If the Baycats can nail down second place, and a win today will certainly help. And if Toronto's score holds up tonight, we mentioned they're losing to the Welland Jackfish. A very likely matchup is going to be Toronto-Barrie in round 1. Highway 400 rivalry. I know we've got a lot of Barrie people, Baycats fans who work in Toronto. Good idea to kind of keep that in the back of your mind. Maybe catch a Baycat road game on your way home. On a weeknight, if you're down in the city, take the subway, get off at Christie Station, and see the Baycats on your commute home for an evening game. This one driven to right center field. Little drop. Anderson rounds first. Easy double. Probably could have had more, but it'll hold up there as the throw comes in late. Base runner for Barrie here with one out in the 8th inning. I know Baycats fans love those Toronto-Barrie playoff series. Nice and easy to get down to Christie Pitts, and a lot of Barrie people work in Toronto anyway, so.
Second extra base hit of the season for James Anderson. And it's a great piece of hitting. Really didn't have too much of a exit velocity off of that. It wasn't hit all that hard, but it just kept carrying and right in the right spot in that right center field gap.
Brad McQuinn, the right fielder today. Mainprize pitch, glances off the top of the bat and goes back to the screen.
So the Maple Leafs just one game back of these Cardinals with 2 games remaining coming into today. So it would be a combination of 2 Maple Leafs losses and or Cardinals wins that would lock Toronto into that number 7 spot.
This one back to the screen, and up another 90 feet goes James Anderson. Well, the Baycats coming into today just a half a game up on the London Majors for 3rd, so this win would put them a full game ahead of London. London with a game in hand coming into today. Now, they were rained out against Guelph today, so London now has 2 games in hand on the Baycats that they need to make up, both against Guelph, I believe.
Yeah, they're supposed to be playing yesterday as well, I believe.
So they can still determine their own fate, or at least make it interesting. The Baycats do not have the tie-breaking advantage over Guelph or London, so they have to finish ahead of them in the standings outright. McQuinn fouls away another one.
Cardinal defense playing right in on the grass. It is a 3-run game, so their defense has to be stingy here. They get a ground ball, they're going right back to home plate, or at least looking James Anderson back to 3rd.
Well, with 2 strikes, it lessens the possibility of a Brad McQuinn bunt. But you're right, they want to cut off that run at home, and this one hit weakly to the first base side foul. McQuinn likes to bunt. Cardinals have a ball boy today who's done a darn fine job, got to say that. He's been out there back and forth from the dugout to home plate.
Lots of energy.
Doing a good job.
It's been awesome.
Making sure home plate umpire James Lyles doesn't run out of baseballs today. High and away. McQuinn working the count here now, 2-2. You know what we don't have in the IBL that I wish we did was ball boys down the baselines.
Me too. I'm actually surprised that we don't here because there's always so many kids at the ballpark, this being one of the Junior Baycats days. I'm surprised that maybe they don't ask a Junior Baycat to say, hey, we'll give you a stool here, sit down that first baseline, or right on the fence by the dugout.
They'd be busy. A lot of balls get hit down there
Absolutely.
along the line and then down towards the bullpens, and having a youngster down there, both sides of the field, would be handy to retrieve those balls. This one's fouled back to the screen. Yeah, look at that. Look how quick he was out there. Fantastic job.
It's I liken it to the ball boys or ball girls in tennis, where they're always in that track star start.
Now, have you ever been to a CFL game, or I assume the NFL as well? I've never been to an NFL game, but you see how quickly those kids get on and off the field. This one to shallow left field. It's going to drop, and unable to go anywhere was James Anderson. He couldn't take any chances in case that ball was caught. So it drops in front of Daly, and it's a single for McQuinn. So runners on the corners now with one out.
Just a little loop base hit for Brad McQuinn. He kind of just almost looked like he did the bare minimum there, just a little looper over third base and not just a couple feet out into the grass. And you mentioned that James Anderson couldn't take any chances with how shallow it was to try and make any play on scoring.
These kids who are running back and forth from the dugout to home plate all game, I bet you anything they are sound asleep on the car ride home.
For sure.
I could be wrong.
Well, you're mentioning football.
Yes.
The kids who have to go get the kicking tees.
Yes.
Stuff like that, right?
Stuff like towels for the players and stuff like that during the TV time.
Ball
they
exchange.
literally sprint. Yeah, the ball exchange too.
Because K balls to
they
regular
are
balls.
Running like they look like track athletes. Right up the middle, it's a base hit. That will score James Anderson. First and second for the Baycats now with one out. An RBI single for Kenise Ejo.
Ejo with a rocket right back up the middle. And that's exactly what you want to do as a hitter, send it right back the pitcher's way. And with that hard of contact, nobody was going to have a play on it on the infield.
Kyle Maves came into the game after one of our two rain delays today. I can't even remember which one. Hernandez had two at-bats. Maves came in.
I believe it was the second rain delay.
Quite possibly. It's all a fuzzy memory at this point, Julius. I get to the 4-hour mark, and it's like I'm barely hanging on here. But this is a good warm-up for the playoffs, though, because once we get to playoff baseball, everything resets. You might have a 4-hour game. You might have a 2-hour game.
We're over the 4-hour mark by now. We're by almost 10 minutes.
Well, about an hour of that was rain between the two delays,
Fair.
Right? So it's still a 3-hour game. Yeah, we're well over 4 hours now, including the rain delays. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball for a strike. 2-1. Kyle Maves.
We got two speedsters on the base pass. You got speedy guy and Maves at the plate. A ball in play could be huge here for Barrie with all the speed around.
That pitch misses away. 3-1. We're missing our Baycats super fan today, Avery Matlow.
I was wondering where he was. I feel like we needed him during those rain delays.
But I got to say, the youngsters here have been so vocal and so great with the chants and the cheers. They have stepped in very nicely, more than adequately, to fill in for Avery's absence. Fly ball, shallow, right center, and coming over, it'll drop. They go to second very quickly. And in head first is Kenise Ejo, excuse me. That ball dropped in front of Dennis DeBanning. I thought that might have enough hang for him to get under it. Chris Piano on cue with a melodic stroll to the mound. Let's see if he has the hook in his hand. He does. He takes the baseball from his reliever, Corbin Peters, Jake Main Prize, the fourth Hamilton pitcher today, and fourth time today that he will go to the bullpen. So, pitching change for the Baycats, up by 4 in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll be back. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV. Here comes Hayden Jaco to face the Cardinals' 5th pitcher of the afternoon, coming on in relief of Drew Main Prize. It'll be Cameron.
Yeah, this is Zach Cameron coming in for his 10th appearance of the season. Comes in with a 1-0 record and an ERA of 3. And he's had clean outings in each of his last 5 appearances.
Needs to get a couple of outs here. The Baycats with the bases loaded. McQuinn at third, Ejo at second, Maves at first. Little bloop single that dropped in front of Dennis Day Banning has set the table here for Hayden Jaco.
Tough situation to inherit, that's for sure.
Called strike.
Jaco, the only Baycat to not reach base today.
The only thing this game didn't have up until just now is mosquitoes, and now we get those too. So.
Well, Jaco, the only, active in the lineup at the moment, as Hernandez went 0 for 2 before he was replaced by Maves.
1-1 pitch. It's a ground ball. Slow one to short. They underhand to second for one over to first. Not in time. Ball gets away. McQuinn is in to score, as is Ejo, and the Baycats add 2 more.
Well, the Cardinals did all they could to try and turn 2 on that, to try and save a run. But it's the throw there from Cam Gravel that was just low, and Luis Bernardo couldn't pick it out of the dirt, gets under his glove, allowing Ejo to score. And that's double digits now for the Barrie Baycats.
So Maves retired 6-4 at second. Jaco on, 1 on, 2 out. 10-4 Baycats. It's a 3-run 8th inning. And Ryan Rio hits this one high and foul. Over near the bullpen.
And landed in the bullpen.
Heads up down there. Rio swings and misses. Ryan Rio proposed to his now fiancée at home plate before a game one day here at Vintage Throne Stadium. We were talking to Ryan during the rain delay, and he's excited, getting ready to make some plans for his upcoming wedding. And he hits this one to right field. It's going to drop in front of Dennis Day Banning. 2 on for the Baycats. Oh, and the one nice thing with the rain delays is it gives us the chance to talk to the players during the game.
Yeah.
That's something that we never get the chance to do because we're here on the microphones.
During both delays, I made sure I went back out in the field, talked to a few guys. You just don't have that opportunity very often.
Not mid-game.
Yeah, unless you're a reporter, which we haven't had the luxury of having much this year.
Always interesting to talk to the players before the game, of course, and then after the game, they're great. They stick around, but
I think the great thing, when I was on the field in those delays, they were still signing baseball cards for the kids.
That's amazing. Right back to the mound, and nope, it's foul. It kind of has some backspin on it.
And something I noticed on Thursday, so the Baycats give up 3 in the top of the 9th, end up losing that game to Chatham 5-3. But after the game is Brad Grieveson, who blew the save, but well after the game, he still was signing baseball cards for kids. I thought it was just him on the field, and it was really cool just to see he was still out there well after all of his teammates were out of the dugout.
It's really funny that you mention it because I noticed that too, and I was just about to mention that. You just said it, and I texted Brad. Brad and I chat a lot between games, and I mentioned that to Brad. I said, Brad, that was impressive. I saw you out there signing stuff, and I know that couldn't have been easy. And he said it's all about the fans, and it's about the love of the game. That's what's more important than anything that happens on the field. So it was a frustrating night. It didn't end the way anybody wanted, but at the end of the day, those kids go home with some autographs and some happy memories. And, Brad Grieveson, just one example of a whole team full of players who have that philosophy. So that is interesting that you noticed that too, though.
Yeah, it was really nice to see.
Right back to second base. Underhand toss in time to get Nolan Macabrota. So that will do it for Barrie. It's a 6-run Baycat lead. They will take that to the top of the 9th inning. One last chance for Hamilton when we return. 10-4 Baycats at Vintage Throne Stadium.
Baycats in the eighth.
From basic to cosmetic dentistry, Smiles on ESSA Dental has all your dental needs covered to knock your oral health out of the park.
Last chance for the Hamilton Cardinals at Vintage Throne Stadium. The Baycats lead in the top of the ninth by a score of 10-4. It's brought to you by United Way Simcoe Muskoka, making poverty unignorable. To learn how you can help, you can visit uwsimcoemuskoka.ca.
So the Baycats 3 outs away from taking the season series over the Cardinals 3-2. Of course, that doesn't really mean a whole lot when the playoffs begin, but still a good way for the Baycats to end the home portion of their regular season schedule. Want to get some winning momentum going into round one. One game left after this in Brantford. And then we will be here for round one, game one, more than likely on Thursday next week. Check the website for confirmation on that. First pitch is up high. Brandon Hillier now on to pitch for the Baycats.
Yeah, Brandon Hillier, only one appearance since coming off a knee injury he suffered in Guelph not too long ago. But it's important for the Baycats to get him kind of ready for the playoffs and recovered as well. He comes in with a 1-1 record, 5.68 ERA, and 10 appearances, all in relief. In that one outing I mentioned, it was against London last weekend. Clean inning, no earned runs, just gave up one hit, struck out one.
Baycats have had some catastrophic ninth innings here at Vintage Throne Stadium, and most recently against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers on Thursday night. Let the Barnstormers hang around in the game. They have to be feeling a little more comfortable here with a 6-run lead. But still important for Hillier to come on and get these 3 big outs.
This is huge for the Baycats just in terms of getting some energy up before the playoffs, because you could argue the last week and a half or so has been their roughest stretch of the season.
Popped up, it's in play. It's a shallow fly ball to the right center field side, and underneath it to catch it is Kanisi Joe, 1 out.
The Baycats just 1-4 in their last 5 games. And haven't seen that kind of a stretch, and they've even extended to the last 10 games, just 5-5.
Carlos Sano will be back for the playoffs. That is good news. He can step into that 8th, 9th inning closer role that he was starting to get accustomed to.
But he will miss game 1 with that suspension.
So that will be the final game, game 1.
Yeah.
Cam Gravel has gotten on base only once today out of 4 at bats. 2-0 the count. Cardinals need base runners here in this 9th inning.
3-run insurance in the 8th inning for Barrie. Definitely huge because that would have made this appearance for Hillier a safe situation had they not scored. Their lead going from 3 to 6.
Hillier's pitch. Called strike, 3-1. Got an energetic group here still in the 9th inning. Good 50, 60 fans still sticking around to enjoy these final outs of the home season. Foul tip into the glove for a strike. It's 3-2. Tyler Duncan on deck. He'd love to have a base runner when he gets there.
Well, the last time he had one, it was an RBI single.
Ball 4, and he will get just that. A 1-out walk. Hillier puts Gravel on, and he'll face Duncan with a man on and 1 away.
Center fielder number 5, Tyler Duncan.
Well, this guy is the Home Run Derby champion for 2024. Defeated Josh Garton 10-8 in the final round of the Home Run Derby at Welland Stadium this year. He'd love to get a hold of one here. 1 on, 1 out. Runner goes. Pitch is fouled back. And Gravel will have to go all the way back.
Just an incredible year last year, even for Tyler Duncan, the reigning IBL MVP. Hit .355 in 42 games for Cardinals last year, playing mostly center field where he is today. Also led the IBL in home runs last year with 16.
Thank goodness this game started at 4:05, because if this was a 7:05 game, it would be 11:36 p.m. right now. So consider that.
Well, consider if it was a 7:30 start.
That's why we
Even
love
later.
it. Yeah, actually it would be. If it was 7:30, let's say this was a Thursday night and it was 7:30, it would be 12:06 a.m. So this is why we love our Saturday 4:05 games. 10-4 Baycats. This one driven to left field, and the catch is made by the left fielder Nolan Macabrota, and there are 2 down in the
First
inning.
baseman number 14, Luis Bernardo.
Here's another guy with power.
Oh, I have to mention this, Ben. I have to mention this. So remember
Yes.
in the 7th inning
Yes.
when Raquelvin DeCastro singled to lead off the inning, we
Okay.
said he was due for a flyout to center field.
Oh my goodness. That totally escaped me because I wasn't even thinking about
Neither
that
was
anymore.
Neither was I.
But
I
would
just
you
noticed
believe it? Fly out to center in the 1st, singled in the 3rd, flied out to center in the 5th, singled in the 7th, flied out to center in the
And
9th.
all leading off the inning. Every time he's been up, he let off.
With the flyouts, yes.
No, every time he was up, he let off the inning, I believe. Oh, no, not in the
Just for the
second.
flyouts.
Yes. Well, and the one in the 7th,
And
not
the
the one in
7th,
the
you're
3rd,
right. Okay,
though.
so all but one. All but one he let off. Yeah, the number 9 hitter is 0 for 4 today, so. But, wow, how about that? Now, what will you remember from today's game? That or Cesar Rosado's 100th strikeout?
4 strikeout inning?
Or the 4 strikeout inning. There's 3 things from today's game that could live on. You might live to be 100 and never see that again. Any of those 3 things again.
It's
100 IBL strikeouts, 4 strikeouts. The 4 strikeouts an inning you'll probably see.
It's just so rare, especially in the IBL,
Yeah.
right? I don't think I've even seen it like just in the games I've watched outside of the Baycats.
3-1. That's a pop-up. That should do it. Shallow center field. Ejo underneath it. He calls for it. He's got it. It's a Baycats winner. 10-4, the final today at Vintage Throne Stadium. Cesar Rosado started this game more than 4 hours ago. 2 rain delays later, Brandon Hillier comes on to finish it off and nail this one down, and that's got to feel good for the veteran right-hander.
You know, it was a long baseball game. 2 rain delays, get this one to all over 4.5 hours total. But it was a fun baseball game. Cesar Rosado doesn't get the win, but a huge accomplishment for him, getting 100 strikeouts on the season, ends up finishing it with 105 strikeouts now on the year for him. Juan Benitez ends up getting the win in relief. That's and another incredible accomplishment. That's 8 wins on the season for him, I believe, or 7. So for the Baycats, this is a huge win, just getting that momentum going into the playoffs. We'll see if they end up actually playing that game on Monday afternoon, depending on how the standings shake out. But for the Baycats, this is huge.
Next stop, Brantford, and then we will be back here at Vintage Throne Stadium to open round 1 of the 2024 postseason. Opponent to be determined. It will probably be on Thursday night. Keep an eye on the website for all the details there. For Julius, Hern, and our entire Baycats TV crew, my name is Ben Davy. Good night from Vintage Throne Stadium.
That was fun. That was fun.